Peace and blessings, family. This is your brother, asarimhotep, with the Martin Delaney Center for Egyptology. And this is the Mbongi. And today's topic of discussion is an argument that, yes, there is such a thing as an alpha male. And we will get into why this topic came to be in the first place. But I am glad that you are here with me on this Sunday, December the 5th, 2021. And we just got a lot to talk about today. So we'll get into it when we get back in just a few. And welcome. Want to thank each and every one of you who is joining us live. And then, of course, always those of you who couldn't make it but decided to review the archive. Much love and light to each and every one of you. And as always, I'd like to shout out a few of the people who have made themselves known in the chat, like Sister Tamika, and Robert Rand is in the building. Brother Vayesa Nicolo Gula is in the building. Sunjiata Kakra and Zombie. Omar Reed is in the building, and Harold Richardson and others over there in the Facebook land. Thank you all for joining the conversation and making yourselves known. This is going to be a controversial, but a much needed conversation. So, and I'll get why we got into this topic a little later. And peace to Donnie Williams in the building. But first, of course, a few announcements. And so you saw the advertisement at the beginning of the show for the text from Dr. Chilimalima Mukinge, and that is Muntu Wan Zombie, Portrait of Human as God's Special Creation, from African creation stories, religious beliefs, and cultural practices. And this is a book that I published, which you can get at maduandelapress.com. And you know, we are in desperate need of some more updated, more culture specific, analyses on African wisdom traditions. And Dr. Chilimalima Mukinge here brings us a most valuable text. And there's just so many areas of citation that one will draw upon in their own works, if especially if you're a scholar and studying this thing for scholarly reasons or just for your personal benefit. So Dr. Chilemalema Mukinge is of the uh, Baluba people out of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And so you get some real insight into Luba culture, language, and spirituality. And then that is juxtaposed on a numerous other African groups for that kind of comparative study, all the way from the Dogon, the Wolof, the Akan, ancient Egyptian, Zulu, uh, you know. Oh, it looks like I am back. All righty. So yeah, some technical difficulties there, but you can go to maduandelapress.com and really get uh, some knowledge in regards to African wisdom traditions and how you can apply that. My latest text, which is, oop, where'd it go? Oh, there you go. Chiluba Maweja, Yoruba Orisha, an ancient Egyptian Ak, an exploratory etymological study. In this text, I demonstrate how the word Orisha is all over Africa, including ancient Egyptian. And matter of fact, this is the symbol for Orisha in the center of the book cover, and how the study of the etymology of Maweja for the book Muntu Zabi by Dr. Mukinge led to this book here, and being able to connect the word Orisha with basically Orisha in ancient Egyptian, and even the word Ra itself as a reflex of the word Orisha. And so it's a thin book, but a very powerful text, and it could definitely be expanded upon. So make sure you go and get your copy of that. And lastly, there's still some time left if you want to go on the, well, let me get that out of the way. The Aket tour, the Returning to the Source tour and conference that will be happening in Egypt, February 20th through 28th. And so on the 25th and the 26th, there will be a 2-day conference. And speaking and presenting at this conference will be Professor James Small, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Brother Anthony Browder, Dr. Solange Ashby, Dr. Rosalind Jeffries, Dr. Wade Nobles, and Mfudishi Jehuti Mess. But actually, a few more people have been added, and that is Dr. Bayena Bello out of Haiti, Dr. Vera Nobles, which is the wife of Dr. Wade Nobles, and Dr. Teofile Obenga. And so this is going to be a very, very powerful conference. And of course, your boy, Asar Imhotep, will be presenting. I think I'm the youngest person on the panel. Not panel, but in terms of presenting at the conference. So I am amongst giants, and very honored. And we'll keep you updated in terms of any more details. But if you would like to go on the tour and uh, attend this historic conference and tour itself, go to akettours.com, which you can see the link there at the bottom. But just in case it's not big enough to see, that is the link there. And so shout out to Brother Taki of the creator of the film Hoppy, which everyone you see on this flyer is in the documentary, including myself. And with the exception of Dr. Obing, I think the other two are also in there. Uh, and so, so it's basically, people of the Hoppy film, are coming together to present you a wider range of insight into African culture, history, and and helping to shape the direction, of the culture. And so, again, that is akettours.com if you want to know more information about that. So, without further ado, peace to Sister Tamika in the building. And yes, make sure that you thumbs up the video so that we can be very disrespectful to the algorithms of YouTube and we can have these meaningful and loving conversations uh, with the public. And shout out to Brother Chavez and OG Gorilla is in the building. Brother Jaded and Unk is in the building. Ty Lackey is in the building. Thank you all for joining this conversation. And so, let me get my. I haven't been talking in a minute. And if you missed our interview with Dr. Excuse me, Dr. Modupe Oduyoye, author of such texts as this, Words and Meaning in Yoruba Religion, Linguistic Connections in Yoruba, Ancient Egyptian, and Semitic. I have uploaded that interview and it is up for the public. It was on the Patreon page, so you can support by joining the Patreon page. You get access to all the good interviews first. And but Dr. Modupe Oduyoye is a giant, a theologian. He's 86 years of age. He's been doing this work for a very long time. He's a theologian. He's a linguist and Egyptologist, and who specializes, of course, in Semitic languages, Egyptian, and like the Kwa languages, Yoruba, Igbo, things of that nature. So he's been able over the years to make some very, very big contributions to the study and the unification of African people in ideas, mainly dealing with spirituality and religion. And I encourage everyone to check out that video. And with that said, and thank you, Sister Tamika. Oh, and so my shirt, it says, Black is not a race, it's a vibe. And it's a shirt that I created. And I'll have these available to the public in a couple months. And so, it has my Rude Boy Juju. I don't know if you can see it on the back. You can't see it, but the tag on the back. So, big things are going, big things are going. I'll keep y'all notified of that. But now we're going to get to the topic at hand now that all the announcements are done. So again, if you're just joining the program, today's conversation is titled, Yes, There Is Such a Thing as an Alpha Male. And so what I want to do is play a video from, I forgot the young lady's name. So I do apologize, but because it's downloaded from TikTok, it'll have her her TikTok Addy on there, so you can go follow her. So she has some very good content. Right now, she's in a battle with this one brother who's in jail for beating children. So it's when you get there, it's going to be some stuff. But this is a conversation that has been happening. I know this is a little older video, but somebody reminded me of it recently, and so I decided to have a conversation on this because I think there's a lot of misinformation about this concept of what an alpha man is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play her video, and then I'm gonna get into the meat of our conversation. So let me do this, and then here we go now.
There is no such thing as an alpha male. I am so glad that you asked this question because it is such a teachable moment. The term alpha male was created by an author named David Meck, who wrote a book in the 1970s called The Wolf, The Ecology and Behavior of an Endangered Species. He studied wolves in captivity and noticed aggressive behavior from the males towards each other and the pack in an effort to dominate, and he called them alpha males. Years later, in 1999, the same author came back and debunked his own theory and, in fact, begged the publisher to stop creating and printing his original theory. How did he do that? He studied wolves in the wild. And in their natural state, they did not exude this aggressive behavior and need to dominate. So you see, most self proclaimed alpha males are the most emotionally immature and aggressive because they are attempting to mimic behavior that only happens in captivity and not in their natural state. This is what we know as toxic masculinity. The alpha male does not exist. So, again, I challenge you to break free from those colonized chains and captivity that you are in and return to your natural state. Bless your heart.
So I hope that y'all were able to hear her message. And so she's essentially making the argument that alpha males do not exist. And she is basing this off of an author by the name of L. David Meach, who in the 70s wrote a text uh, analyzing wolves who were in captivity, and noticed that there was some kind of aggression um, with these male wolves, and a kind of a hierarchy was built on who can dominate in this fashion. And so later, actually, I don't think that she says he, but I don't think that he, um, or at least in the context of human beings, I don't think he applied that term alpha male to human beings, to Homo sapiens sapiens. Uh, However, certain other people reading his text applied that to uh, human males, and created this whole kind of paradigm behind it in terms of an alpha male in business, in leadership, and things of that nature. So he comes back some years later, says, no, I take that back, because when I observe wolves in the in their natural habitat, they do not display, on average, these kinds of behaviors. And so and so people take that as the idea of the alpha male has somehow been debunked. And so what I want to do in this conversation is to bring some nuance. And of course, because I am who I am, I always got to bring Africa into this and bring Africa into the conversation. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen real quick. And let me go here. Let me start from the beginning. And actually, I had started putting this together last month. No, in September. So it's been a while since I was been supposed to do this, but uh, life and everything. So let's start from the beginning. So I will wait to see. So Hopefully everyone can see. Can you hear me? Let me know in the chat if y'all can still hear me good. And y'all can see me well. All righty. So I titled this African Origin of the Alpha Male because, we got to do African origin everything. That's just how we do in this space. Black origin everything. Anyway, so a lot of this conversation I've already written about in 2016 in my text Nesu Biti King in Ancient Egyptian, a lesson in paronymy and leadership. And so, of course, not anticipating this conversation, but there are some points that I will be making that I have addressed in that text. So, those of you who have this text of mine, you may be familiar with a few of these slides already. And so, this question of does an alpha male exist has been on the minds of folks for a long time. And so, there are people who are tired of being called beta males, and there has just been this resistance to this notion of an alpha male. So if you type in the concept of alpha male, you'll get equally a list of articles and ideas in support of the concept, as well as our articles claiming to debunk the concept. And so this is just a random. I just picked it out of a random search, on the internet, because there's just so much. There's so many opinions and articles written on this, but reading this, it brung out something that I want to highlight a little later. So this is from, what website is this? I can't even remember now. I think it's like CNN or something like that. Uh, do well, I think it's just U.S. World. So do alpha males exist? Following a surreal, unsettling presidential debate, so this is a while back. Donald Trump has been described as an alpha male, but the idea of human alpha males is far from proven, right? And right under this image here, it says the following: we all know that an alpha male, or what an alpha male is. An alpha male is a man who takes charge, one who imposes his will on others, not the other way around. Other men want to be him, women want to be with him. An alpha male intimidates, he's unquestionably in charge no matter what the situation. An alpha male is loud, brash, doesn't care what anybody else thinks. An alpha male says what he wants, does what he wants, wears what he wants, as long as those clothes are roomy enough in the trousers to accommodate his gargantuan gonads and don't dissolve in response to all the testosterone constantly leaking from his pores. And while this is not, of course, a formal definition of what an alpha male is, you see the kind of sentiments that everyone kind of associates. There are some aspects of this that are true, that are associated with alpha men, and then there's others that's just made up, and how people perceive those individuals. And so in terms of the loud, of course, they have to get all the girls, and nobody can tell them what to do. In other words, they're just describing a human being with agency. Any human being who has agency and power, you can't boss them around or whatnot. This is one of the things that we fight for as human beings, is our own individual sovereignty. But that's another discussion in of itself. But so this is how they start off the conversation in the article in which I just showed. And so the origin of the human alpha male. New York Magazine has a very informative and detailed article about this. But the take home message is that before the 1960s, there were barely any examples of humans being described as alpha males. The term was restricted to fields like primatology research. Species like chimps and gorillas do have social structures and hierarchies with a dominant individual at the top, typically a male who has achieved that position via displays of strength and physical prowess. The fact that alpha males exist isn't disputed, it's whether humans can actually be such a thing. So one of the things you got to take away from this, and that why I emphasize the word, before the 1960s, there were barely any examples of humans being described as alpha males. In other words, before Meach wrote his text, even though it was a small number, the idea of an alpha man was already being used in regards to human beings and human males. Just according to this, it was on such a small scale, but it was primarily used in terms of primatology research and the like. So this already debunks what the young lady said in the video in terms of this idea originating with Dr. Meach. So this is why we have to be careful. And I understand it's a TikTok video. It's only 3 minutes that you have, and so you can only put so much information in such a video. And again, there's other videos that you can find on YouTube that are a little longer that goes into more details, but they all fall into the same category as well in terms of not being thorough in their analysis. So you know that we do scholarship over here. So the kinds of questions and the kinds of depth that we go into is a little bit different than the average person on TikTok or on YouTube. And so it is what it is. And so this is the professor here that they're talking about. And so this is Dr. L. David Meach. And uh this is something that he wrote, so this confirms what the sister was saying in terms of him revoking the idea sometime later, or whatnot. So what he says here is the concept of the alpha wolf, because remember that the idea of in terms of more modern conversations, a lot of people are basing this on the wolf studies and being the leader in the wolf pack. And just like, matter of fact, if you could think of the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, right? And you could think about the character. So he's supposed to be the kind of the personification of what an alpha male is, at least in this society, which is why he is known as the Wolf of Wall Street. So uh, Dr. Meach says the concept of the alpha wolf is well ingrained in the popular wolf literature, at least partly because of my book, The Wolf, Ecology, and Behavior of an Endangered Species, written in 1968, published in 1970, republished in paperback in 1981, and currently still in print, despite my numerous pleas to the publisher to stop publishing it. Although most of the book's info is still accurate, much is outdated. We have learned more about wolves in the last 40 years than in all previous history. And so, this is a random pick of wolves. And even when you think of like DMX back in the day, and he's talking about being the leader of the pack. And then, of course, we know DMX is famous barking the what's the deal? Shout out to Yonkers in the building. So he continues. One of the outdated pieces of information is the concept of the alpha wolf. Alpha implies competing with others and becoming top dog by winning a contest or battle. However, most wolves who lead packs achieved their position simply by mating and producing pups, which then became their pack. First of all, let's stop here. So he says, so this is why you have to have critical comprehension and understand what they're saying. He says, however, most wolves who lead packs achieve their position simply by mating or producing pups. If there's most wolves, there's still a significant amount of wolves who indeed become top wolf as a result of competition in battle. So he's not denying that this is the case, even in the wild. But he's saying that the majority of the wolves, in fact, are do so because basically they just leave and start their own harem or own kingdom in a way, and they just become the leaders naturally by that way. So they're just basically parents. So I'll continue to read. In other words, they are merely breeders or parents, and that's all we call them today: the breeding male, breeding female, or male parent, female parent, or the adult male or the adult female. In the rare packs that include more than one breeding animal, the dominant breeder can be called that, and any breeding daughter can be called a subordinate breeder. And so we have to be able to read these particular context clues. And so, again, the question as a researcher that I would ask is, okay, so in the wild, the behavior of the dominant male wolf becoming the dominant male wolf by competition in battles is not normal, but it is so in captivity. What is it about captivity that heightens this form of behavior? In other words, what the research is telling you is that depending on the environment in which the wolves find themselves in, their behavior will change. And so that is something that you have to keep in mind, because that isn't unique to wolves. That's any living species. Any living species is going to behave differently depending upon the environment in which they find themselves. There's no such thing as a natural behavior uh like animals and things just behave like this just cuz. Depending upon the challenges of the environment in which they find themselves in dictates how they will behave. This is every living species on the planet. And so this is at the heart of the nature versus nurture debate, even amongst hominids and human beings. Nature versus nurture. You put any living organism in a different type of environment, and especially if it is a social organism, how they behave and how they survive will change. So that's not nothing revolutionary. But people are trying to play this up as if, you know, wolves in their natural habitat, don't behave. That's because they have a lot of space, and you could just move into another territory. But if those territories become thinner and thinner, for the example, human beings taking up more and more land, their behavior is going to be different. Just like you may have observed cheetahs behaving in a certain way back in 1920s, but now because of scarcity of food, they're doing things that they wouldn't quote unquote normally be doing. But any behavior that they exhibit is going to be natural. They're a part of nature. It just is what it is. So now we're going to get into the crux of things here. So this is anthropologist Monica Sumer, and she wrote a text. Uh, it was published in 2019, titled "Masculinity, Femininity, and Leadership: Taking a Closer Look at the Alpha Female." Right. So, and I'll just read from here to kind of give us context of why this is a very important paper. And Dr. Monica Sumra found that one of the first academic uses of an alpha labeled appeared in 1921. A researcher discussing chicken hierarchies, otherwise known as a pecking order, gave the top chicken the first letter of the Greek alphabet. Since then, scientists have talked about alpha wolves, primates, walruses, and more. So, this concept of the alpha has nothing to do in terms of an origin with wolf studies. When they were examining uh, other just animals in nature and noticed that there was a clear hierarchy amongst those communities, whoever was the top, they gave it the Greek letter alpha. And so even even this idea, people may not understand where the concept of a pecking order comes from. But the pecking order comes from these early studies about chickens. And so now it makes sense in terms of an alpha chicken or rooster or whatever, and then having the pecking order. So it has to deal with hierarchies in the society, and then of course those characteristics. And so by the very nature of asking or saying that alpha males or alpha females don't exist within a society, one that is hierarchical, is contradictory. And so we'll get into this. And so if you go to just do a random search on Google, you can find this in Wiki talking about the dominance hierarchy. A dominance hierarchy, formally and colloquially called a pecking order, is a type of social hierarchy that arises when members of animal social groups interact, creating a ranking system. In social living groups, members are likely to compete for access to limited resources and mating opportunities. See, the number one problem I have with this conversation that has been having in the public is that for some reason we think that we are exist outside of the quote unquote animal kingdom. Humans are animals just like wolves, chickens, whales, etc., etc. Any person who is steeped in biology understands this. While we may have some unique abilities in terms of cognitive abilities, that does not all of a suddenly we're separated from nature and we no longer are animals, especially given our evolutionary history. And so we share the same ancestors as bonobos, as chimpanzees, as gorillas, ultimately as kangaroos, as whales. We evolved from fish who came out of the water. You're an animal, no different than any other species of living being on this planet. All species of living being have their own unique gifts and traits. Ours just happen to develop over time in terms of our cognitive abilities and our tool making abilities. And so we got to keep this in mind when we're having these conversations. So, and so when they're these in social living groups, members are likely to compete for access to limited resources and mating opportunities. There's a whole gender war right now on YouTube and other social media spaces in regards to uh high value men and women that want them, and why do all the women want the 2% of men in the world, and what does it take to get them? And then dudes, what is it going to take for you to have access to the top women in the world? What assets must you have? What characteristics must you have? we're no different than any other living species of being that exists on this earth. We fight and compete for limited resources and mating opportunities. I, as a male, have to compete with other men for the top women, in the society, in the group. It is what it is. Men understand this. And so it's a conversation, it's a debate about nothing. We just like to, we're and I hate to say this, and I know I'll get backlash. We're allowing too many emotional women to lead this conversation, when this is something that you have to think critically about and put your emotions aside. It is what it is. So she continues. This is an abstract of her paper, and so I'll only read to the point where, just a little bit to where the red is. And so from her abstract, she's saying an extensive review and textual analysis of the academic and popular literature of the human alpha female was conducted to examine the social construction and expression of the alpha female identity in a small, non-random sample of North American women. N equals 398. That's the population size of the study. So this review revealed two predominant alpha female representations in the literature, one more masculine versus one more feminine, and 21 alpha female variables. In this sample of women, the alpha female, in quotes, was found to be a recognized socially constructed female identity. Univariate analysis revealed positive and highly significant differences in self-reported mean scores between alpha n equals 94 and alpha n equals 304 females for 10 variables, including masculine traits, leadership, strength, low introversion, self-esteem, life satisfaction, sexual experiences, initiate sex, enjoys sex, and playing a dominant role in sexual encounters. This idea of sex is going to become very important when we talk about this concept of alpha anything, because any species, any living species competes sexually. There's a sexual market for any living species. So your sexual market value depends on a number of factors. And so it continues. So playing a dominant role in sexual encounters with alpha females scoring higher than other non-alphas, and yada, yada, yada. You can read the rest of this, but this is just what I want to highlight at this point here. So when we talk about things like a social hierarchy, African culture is nothing but hierarchy. And I understand that there's various different social dynamics in Africa. And so that is going to play a factor as well, which is why you can't just say African in the singular and expect everything to be to evenly coat and apply to everyone. So in those cultures that do have, a kind of formal hierarchy, this is why we have to go to the literature to find out exactly how this is. So, for example, there's a text called "After God is Debia," and this comes from a phrase. This is a phrase among the Igbo people of Nigeria that says "Chukwu welo olu debia." After God, Debia, the priest, comes next. They don't have kings among the Igbo people. So the hierarchy has to deal with like the elders and the priest. It's the same amongst the Dagara. Dagara don't have kings and chiefs like that. It's mainly the elders and the priest among them, or who we would call. They wouldn't use the word priest, but they have something equivalent, to what we would call a priest in our modern language. And so even among the Yoruba, when you talk about the king, and this is, I'm quoting Odioye, who I matter of fact, this blue book right here, this is the book that I'm citing here, the 1996 text. He says the Oba king is Ikeji Orisha, second only to the Orisha. There's a hierarchy here. In Barnes' text on Ogun, she says, when the king is crowned, the chiefs affirm it in their salutation to the king. Oba Alashe Ikeji Orisha. The king's power is like that of the gods. The king comes next. So what you'll find a lot in African societies is that there is a hierarchy. There's God, there's the non-ancestral spirits, then there are the ancestors, then there are the, if it's a society that has kings, it will be the king, then the priest. But if a society that doesn't have kings, it'll just be the elders, and then it goes down from there. But these are the hierarchies. Even European societies had the hierarchies, and it's because of this concept of the hierarchy that you even get this idea of racism from. But that's another conversation when we're dealing with Indo-European speakers. But this concept of a social order, so just like any other animal, any other animals that's on earth, if there's a social grouping, there's likely to be a hierarchy, and whoever leads the hierarchy, you can literally call them alphas. It's just a label, it's just a term. So so this section I call social biomimicry, and so now we're going to get into the human space, and inspiration from the animal kingdom. So, of course, we always like to go with uh, the ancient Egyptians and just the Africans in general. And so, when you look at a lot of the culture, a lot of the motifs, the dress, even a lot of the philosophy, we draw from the other natural experiences on earth, especially the animal kingdom, and we will mimic what goes on there and integrate it into our social construct. And so you can see that, for example, um, in this image on the left here, which shows one of the sim priests with the leopard or cheetah skins wrapped around him. And so when you go down into Ethiopia, you will see, and even as in the Sudan, you will see, and all the way into Nigeria, all the way into Central Africa and South Africa, you will see the cheetah skin priest, in who also wear the leopard skins, and even the feathers of Ma'at at the top of their head. And so you see the same thing, like this is depicting some quote unquote Nubians from this Egyptian art. This is a relief from the temple of Bet El Wali. And you can see that these are the living representations, or at least the modern living representations on the right hand side of this group of individuals. And so, again, you see wrapped around their waist, just like what you saw in ancient Kemet, the cheetah leopard scans, right? And this represents a certain level of expertise. We would call it a priesthood or whatnot, a certain level of initiation and education. There's a particular role that these individuals who are leaders in their community will wear, because they believe that there are certain characteristics of the leopard or the cheetah that they embody and want to emulate for the betterment of themselves, their family, and their community. So not only did we borrow inspiration from cheetahs and of course birds and the like, for those communities who adopted cattle, the cattle became a very large source or main source for the inspiration for just a lot of ideas and motifs in African and various African societies, and of course in ancient Kemet. So Kemet was a semi-pastoralist society. Uh, so they were kind of mixed. They had a pastoralist aspect to themselves, and of course they were mainly agriculturalist. But they're these ideas merged in terms of the the crafts that have to deal with agrarian life, and then the crafts that had to deal with nomadic pastoralism. And so the bull and the cow become instrumental in a lot of ideas that you find across Africa. And this is going to be very important for this conversation dealing with alpha males. And so, as I stated, the bull and the cow have provided many a motif, and for ancient societies and even still some modern societies who hold on to the tradition. For example, you see this is a king. This is Ramesses III in full regalia, and he has a stylized bull's tail. So if you can see the arrow pointing to the bull's tail here, and if you can't really see it too well here, then you can see it here on this drawing of this individual, this king here. So it's a bull's tail. So why would the king be wearing a bull's tail? What is significant about a bull's tail? And this is a picture of the front and the back of the famous Narmer palette. And you can see King Narmer here smiting his enemies. These are Asiatics who came in to invade the Delta area, and so him being the leader has his baton, and he's getting ready to whack the enemy, and he's stomping over some uh, the Asiatic enemies, which you see over here at the bottom. But notice at the top we have the cow heads, right? Because as I stated, in a pastoralist group, the bull and the cow become inspirations for a lot of ideas and motifs in the culture. And so even at the bottom here, so this is just a whole palette depicting essentially a war or a conflict that is happening here. And so, you have here on this row here, King Narmer. Here he's wearing the crown of Upper Egypt, and in this depiction, he's wearing the crown of Lower Egypt. And you see that he has his crew with him, basically, that are showing the totems, that are raising the totems. But you see here his enemies, which the heads are cut off. So he about knocking off heads, and the heads are cut off, and the heads are placed between the feet. I don't know if you can really see the detail. And then in the center here, you have this mythological beast, and it's supposed to be a representation of the taming of nature. So not only does he have the power to protect, or excuse me, the power to defeat enemies, he also has the power to tame nature. And at the bottom here, you see Narmer not in human form, but as a bull, attacking a city wall and stomping over some enemies. And so you really can't see it too well there, but you see it clearly in this representation that has been colored here. So you have the cow heads at the top, and then you have Narmer as a bull stomping over an enemy, and a city wall and fortification, here. But notice also that we have the circle right here, where Narmer is also wearing a bull's tail. So here he's the human person as the bull, but he here is being depicted as a full bull on the bottom right hand of the screen here. So hopefully with this, depending on the screen in which you are, viewing this, you can see the details. And here's just a drawing representation, of that entire scene. So it's clear that when we looked at Ramesses III, going all the way back to the unification of Egypt, the kingdom of Egypt, that the king is seen as a bull. And so the motif of the bull's tail as an emblem of protection, not only for the king, but for the kingdom, you find this all across Africa. So here you have the late Jomo Kenyatta. He's wearing two of the famous motifs, or he has two of the famous motifs that we discussed earlier. So here we have the cheetah leopard skin that he's wearing. And then in his hand, you see the bull's tail that they hold as an emblem. So you see in the previous renditions that they're wearing the bull's tail here, but in other, they may hold it. And even in ancient Kemet, they would do that as well. So this is a representation. It was called a flail in ancient Kemet. So this is what you see here, the flail. It was called Inker flail. But it's really the cognates for this is called Kinga in Bantu. Nkinga. It's a fly whisk made of a tail of an animal, cattle hair, ritual whisk or wand. And you find this all over Africa. So this is East Africa. And this is just a representation. This is a bull's tail. Here, we find them in ancient Kemet. And so this is what a bull's tail looks like, or any kind of cow tail. And so you find this all the way amongst the Dogon to the Yoruba, who we mentioned earlier. It's a sign of rulership and leadership. And so we would say Heka in terms of ancient Egyptian, but the cognate for that is Hogon, chief elder, the head, and in the Yoruba, the Ogboni, the judiciary elders, who are the leaders, traditional leaders. And so you see these emblems. You find this all over Africa. This is part of the tradition. Bull's tails representing, so all of these, even though the Dogon don't have kings, so to speak, they still have the bull leaders. And so I don't know if y'all have seen this film called Beast of No Nations, which stars Idris Elba. And so there's a scene in the film where he's guiding a number of these child soldiers and people who were child soldiers. They're going into a village. They're about to, commit a massacre. But while walking his troops, so to speak, he's leading with the bull's tail. All of this is significant, and I'm building something here. Y'all know how I like to do it. Here's another representation of Thutmose II, who's described himself as the mighty bull rising like the sun in Thebes. The king, the leader of the society, is the bull. And of course, you see what I have circled here. This is Thutmose II, and he's wearing the bull's tail. And so when we go across the Inyamang of Sudan, the citation states here, the Inyamang of the Nuba Hills, where the leader is a bull man. And you can see the citation here if you want to read much of it. Their leaders are called bull men. The Dasanech of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of some young men in that society. Among the Cushitic-speaking culture of the Dasanech of the Omo, East Africa, the political leaders of a generation are called Ara, literally bulls. This is a unique African phenomenon that the leadership is called bulls. Even in Philly, when we talk about other young and powerful men, we call them bulls. We like be like you hear somebody, yeah, that young bull there, he yada yada yada, whoop de whoop. And so for us, we don't draw necessarily from wolves because we don't have wolves in Africa. When we talked about the alpha, one of the representations that we use the bull. And so even amongst the Zulu, another semi-pastoralist agricultural group, they have the term ubukunzi, which means the state of a bull nature, a bull kind of quality. So when people talk about, everybody when they go into their job interview talking about, I'm a take charge type of person. What does it mean to take charge? They're talking about a bull that charges, meaning that they are aggressive, they're straightforward, they attack what they want. They don't hesitate. And so when things are going good in the financial markets, what do you call it? You call it a bull market. And so from this website, which I cite below, on the left-hand side is a headrest, right? And they discuss the social implications of this headrest. And so it states here, by social custom, this headrest is frequently offered to the bridegroom from the bride as a vehicle for communication with their Zulu ancestors. Dreams are considered to be sent by ancestors, and because dreams are dreamt on headrest, that headrest is a kind of antenna, and the strength of the signal is increased if the headrest is inherited from a senior relative. It is also believed to be symbolic of procreation with cattle and human descendants in agrarian societies. Imbued with the masculine quality of ubukunzi, therefore, like a bullness, the Zulu headrest signifies a virility indispensable to the survival of one's family and extended ethnic group. Remember at the beginning of the conversation, I said there was a reason why I highlighted those aspects of sexual prowess and competing for sex. And so if you know anything about a bull and why a king is a bull, part of it has to deal with the having the power and the strength to protect and fight against enemies. But if you know about bulls, bulls can sire many cows and produce large offspring, a large amount of offspring. They get, bringing it into human form, they get a lot of women. This is why in these societies you have harems and kings have more than one wives and concubines. In any of these ancient societies, this is the norm. This is our nature. So when people talk about, get back to your natural self, they don't want to have this conversation. And so the masculine quality is like that of a bull. This is what it's citing here. These ain't my words. So I bring this up this because this word nkun is the root for the word for bull, or one of the roots for words for bull, one in terms of pronunciation, and ultimately has to deal with power. You find it uh, in West Africa in terms of Ogun, and the word, the ancestral word, has to deal with the power. Has to, as in noun form, it has to deal with the word power. But in verb form, it has to deal with the ability to act, to do, or to create. And so, from that aspect, from the verbal aspect, comes one line of derivation that has to deal with metallurgy, creating metals and the like, just creating any kind of crafts. And so, you find it, a reflex of this root in ancient Kemet under Gen for copper objects or metal objects, Genu. But in Yoruba, we say Ogun, Orisha blacksmiths, among the Fon Gun, among the Ham the Jaba Kuno, Hausa Makeri, blacksmith, among the Fongan, Arabic Kayun, smiths, in the Hebrew Kayin. So when you talk about Cain and Abel, Kayin is Cain. That's the Hebrew word for Cain. It comes from this same root. Remember that Cain, especially Tubal Cain in the biblical tradition, is the one who built the first city. Just like Ogun is the one who built the first city in Nigerian mythology. He came directly from heaven and created. He's the foundation. He's the personification of the building crafts in terms of metallurgy, the tools, and urbanization. And so keeping all of this in mind. But when it comes to the terms of power, the Yoruba weren't necessarily pastoralist. So you don't see too much of the bull imagery, but the semantics still exists. So it just transferred into the craft of blacksmiths in Kings. So, I'll just leave this up so you can show the cognates of the word, the GN consonant sequence that matches in Yoruba, Hebrew, and Arabic, right? And so there's certain characteristics like, being able to go to war and fight, just like what you see amongst the bulls in ancient Egyptian motifs, like we saw with the Narmer palette, So in ancient Egypt, you find like two representations of this. Again, this root here comes from a word meaning power, powerful. Like you could say gin or you could say gim. So it's powerful, respected. Gin at the top, GN. But then it's also gim. M as in like Mary, instead of N as in Nancy, as you see up here in this top left corner. So if you go to the right, called gim, strength, power, might. In Chilu, I would say ukumo, ukomo, power, strength. And it's the same, it's a word for bull. There's also a gim word for bull. And when it comes to the word for leader, the great ruler, ginwer. These are Oguns. And just to let you know that Ogun has to deal with kingship as well. And so if this is a very important book, I recommend everyone get it. It's called Africa's Ogun. And make sure you get the second expanded edition. And so it's edited by Sandra T. Barnes. So it's different articles written by different authors. At least each chapter is written by a different author. And of course, Sandra Barnes has her own author. But as I noted here, because again, I cite this in Nesubiti 2016. So I state, as Barnes 1997 page 2 notes concerning Ogun, there are two aspects to Ogun. One as a violent warrior, fully armed and laden with frightening charms and medicines to kill his foes. And two, as a leader known for his sexual prowess, who nurtures, protects, and relentlessly pursues truth equity, and justice. The latter aspect encompasses one of the attributes of the bull, its sexual prowess. And so, what I'm saying here is that, and citing Sandra Barnes, is giving you the characteristics, at least in this citation amongst the Yoruba people, of what an alpha male encompasses and embodies. So he has to have a warrior spirit, an Ogun spirit, to be able to take charge and defend his family and the territory and the community. That's an aspect of who he is as a leader. But also, there's a sexual prowess to him. He has to be able to put it down. And I don't care what any of these others are trying to insinuate. There's not one woman that does not appreciate a brother who can put it down in the bedroom. And to a certain extent, your relationship won't even last long if you can't put it down in the bedroom, if you can't give her that bull action. But notice also that it states that besides the sexual prowess of the leader, there he also nurtures, protects, and relentlessly pursues truth, equity, and justice. So, when I read that 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 citation at the beginning, and they was throwing all these brash and just crazy attributes of what an alpha man is, that's not, at least that's not how we think of it on the continent. There's a certain level of character that this person has to have. And so even Osiris was associated with the bull. And remember that the word Hapi for the film that I was in, produced by our good brother Taki and sister Felicia and others who were involved in the project, it's a word for the now, but that same word Hapi is a word for a bull. Because the reason why it's associated with Hapi is two reasons. One, paronymy, because it has to deal with flow, but because the Nile River was responsible for the flood, which fertilized the ground and allowed crops to grow, the Nile River becomes personified and becomes the emblem and the symbol for prosperity in the country. And because a bull can sire many cows in any given day and impregnate them, because that's what men are. Men, we don't have these millions and produce these millions of sperm and have to get rid of this, and have this high sex drive for nothing. Because like the bulls, this is why we have multiple. This is why, women just can't understand why men desire more than one woman. That's our nature. That's our bull nature. And so it's the bull not only becomes a symbol of protection and of sexual prowess, but of prosperity. Because in traditional Africa, children were seen as wealth. Family was seen as wealth. And so, this is just another rendition of Hapi, the Apis bull. And of course, the magical bull's tail here. And notice that this version of Hapi is black and white. And so, what I'm about to cite now, we're going to get into some characteristics of what makes a bull king, a bull leader, such. Because when we're having the conversation, we always have to draw from our ancestral experiences. And so This is from the second Simna stela of Sesostris III. And so King Sennaret III, the fifth king of the 12th dynasty, managed to expand Egypt's borders further south than any ruler before him. This was a period after the Hyksos invasion. After the stela at Simna, with a duplicate at Uranarti, records, and this is what the stela states, because this is the king here speaking. He says, His Majesty established the southern border at Hay. So remember what I said. The bull, his job is to bring prosperity. This means to expand the kingdom. Right? So this is what the king is saying right here. His Majesty established the southern border at Hay. So he expanded what his ancestors have done. Established my border further than my forefathers. So my forefathers were bad, but I built on what they did and I expanded the kingdom. I added to what was bequeathed to me. So he's this is an individual who had an inheritance and doubled it, expanded the inheritance. But notice what I have bolded right here. He says, I am a king who speaks and acts. Meaning, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, and I do what I say. I am a king who speaks and acts. I make happen what I conceive. So, whatever is in my heart, I have the power and agency to make happen what I conceive. Eager to seize, hasty to succeed. You know what the word hasty means? Synonym of eager, ready to go for it. Success, I'm success driven, is what he's saying here. In whose heart a matter doesn't slumber. Like I don't sleep on opportunities. I assess the situation and I make a decision and I roll with it. He's a king. He's showing you what a king, what the characteristics of a king is, which we can all learn when we're talking about being leaders and being alphas in our organizations, in our communities, in our households. So he's telling us men, even as fathers, as husbands, what is the expectation? So hasty to succeed, in whose heart a matter doesn't slumber, anticipating inferiors, like all those who want the smoke, I got you. Suppressing mercy, merciless to the enemy who attacks him, meaning he ain't going to take no shorts from anyone. You attack him, you attack me, I'm going to attack you. But notice what he says next. Who attacks one who would attack, who is silent when one is silent. Meaning he is a bull, but he is not a bully. Alpha males aren't bullies. They don't go around starting anything. But if you start something with them, they're going to match and equal the intensity of your attack. So this is what he says, merciless to the enemy who attacks him, who attacks one who would attack, but who is silent when one is silent. Which means that this person has control of his emotions. He's not driven by his emotions. And so this is why it's important to study our wisdom traditions. He's giving you the blueprint, the Jay-Z blueprint album on what it takes to be a strong leader, to be an alpha male. Speak into existence, conceive, have vision. He says, I make happen what I conceive. So an alpha male is a visionary. He speaks it into existence and he acts. And he makes sure that what he conceived comes to fruition. He is a bull, but he is not a bully. Don't start none. In other words, don't start none, won't be none. Period. We'll continue. So why am I so focused on the bull? Why is the bull important to this conversation? Because they're saying there's no such thing as an alpha male in a human social group. Where are they getting this idea from? What planet do they live on? So now, this is a hieroglyph of a bull's head, and it has many different pronunciations in the ancient Egyptian language. And two of them are built off of the same root. This when you say ka or kir, and then heret here. And so this actually is a palatalized variant of this word here, ka. And so for those who don't know, the what came to be the Greek alphabet, most of the letters derive from ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, including the Greek letter alpha. This is the cow or bull's head. And in the Sinai Peninsula, when the Semitic speakers, the Canaanites came and was working in those mines, they adopted the Egyptian script and it became the Phoenician alpha, aleph, meaning head, beginning. And when the Greeks borrowed it, it became the Greek alpha. And when the Romans borrowed it, it became the letter A. Y'all see where I'm going with this, right? Here's just another graph showing a few of the Greek letters in modern Roman letters that are variations of Egyptian hieroglyphs. So when you say alpha, when you say the letter A, you're talking about a cow or a bull's head. That's all it is, a representation. We turned it upside down. Now turn the letter A back to its original position. You'll see more the abstract representation of a bull's head. So this root here, ka. Some of y'all have seen me post this. I there's an interconnectivity between these particular words here. And so remember that this word here has to deal with the ability to do or to act or to project, to propagate. And in one semantic direction, it becomes the word to say, and it becomes the word for name and personality in the language. In another direction, it just becomes, in a noun form, it becomes a word. Well, this is the verb form here because it's a partial reduplication, to be powerful, but it means power. And it means to work or work. This is the nominal form. But the ka root means work, to be able to do, to act. And then, of course, the word for bull is the word for power, as we saw a few slides back. So this is a voiced variant of the same word: strength, power, might, bull. And then, of course, the word ka means kingship. So this is how all this connects. It has to deal with the ability to act or do or to say. Let's go back to this. Is I am a king who speaks and acts, and I make happen what I conceive. He is a Ka. He's the king, and this is a sign of kingship and rulership. This determinative here of Heru on his standard. He is the bull. All kings wear the bull's tail, and they carry a bull's tail in their hand because of the work that they put in. And it's the same root that comes for the word spirit. It's the power. The spirit is the agent that empowers anything to move or to be. All of these words are built from the same root. They're the same word, essentially, here. So it becomes the word for nature in ancient Egyptian. And of course, y'all should know in Chiluba, Nkole, Ngole, imminent or powerful man. It becomes the word for God. An alpha man is a god in the community. They are eminent power. These are high value, whatever word or phrase that you like to use in modern times. This is what we're talking about here. Comes from the root to become strong. And so this word, this root here becomes words for alligators, for hawks, any kind of bird of prey, bulls. And so, I don't want to make this a linguistic lesson. So I'm not going to go through all the sound changes, palatalization, nominal prefixes and verbal suffixes that make the sounds change and all this other kind of good stuff. That's why I wrote those books. So you can get all that. All this is in the books. In Nesubiti, all this is in here. Chiluba Maweja, Yoruba Orisha, and ancient Egyptian Ak. All that is in here. So now let's go to that one. So remember that the bull's head and the cow's head, the bull and cow's head, is just all the same beast. You just have a feminine aspect of it, and then you have a masculine. And so this here, shadep, is the word in the Egyptian language. It has several different meanings. So different vowels make the give different kind of nuances to the word. And so let's start at the top. To direct a project, control affairs, to govern, to control or administer, to start, to begin, to be the first to manage. So when you talk about Aleph in Hebrew or Phoenician and Canaanite or any other language, it means the beginning. That's why the Alpha, that's why they named the top as Alpha, the beginning, the head. So we see this ch becomes the glottal stop in Semitic. This is the word alpha in ancient Egyptian. To master, to drive cattle, to lead, to get ahead. You can see why these words, these concepts were assigned to the king, because the king is the director of the community. He's the one who governs and controls and administers. He is the head. He's the beginning of all decisions. And this just trickles down depending on the environment. So every husband is the king of his house. And so all the attributes, all of everything falls under him in that same category. Then you have community, and then you have local chiefs who the same word and term applies to them. So now they're applying it to a number of different communities and families or whatnot. And then it goes up the hierarchy that way. And then there's the king, and then there's the ancestors who are above the king, who the king is just a representative of. He's just the physical face of the ancestors who really rule the community in African societies. I talk about this in Nesubiti, as well as in Aluja Volume 2. So it's also, again, the word for bull for slaughter. It's also used as tax because cattle was used as currency. as well. And even it became the place name of a modern city in Syria uh, called Aleppo. And you can see the various different pronunciations of the term, like in Arabic halab, in Turkish halep, in the earlier it was halep, halebon. And so that's what this term is. And so there's still debate on the meaning of this in certain circles, but we got to remember that the Egyptians ruled this area for a while. And so there's a lot of loan words from ancient Egyptian in these Semitic languages and place names and things of that nature. And so this word is also for a baton of office, a scepter. And so you can see the graphical representation over here on the left, and then you can see it in this king who's holding this scepter. This is Cherub, Aleph, Alpha. He's holding in his hand the emblem of an alpha. And this is the physical artifact of Tutankhamun, who had this. So he had the bull's tail here, and then he had the other emblem, which is the scepter, the Aleph, the Alpha scepter. And so this is important because, as I stated before, that the cow and bull's head is what became Alpha in Greek. And it's no secret that I am a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And we just celebrated on yesterday, December the 4th, our 115th year in existence. So, of course, the organization was founded on December the 4th, 1906 at Cornell University. And they decided to name the organization Alpha Phi Alpha, the first brotherhood of the Ethiopians. The first. And so one of the reasons why we use Alpha is because the charge of all the Alpha men who exist in this space is to become pioneers in whatever endeavor that they do. That is the charge of the men. And so to say that alpha men don't exist, we have a whole organization that was founded in 1906 and had nothing to do with wolves and white people. So again, where are they getting this information from? And so I'll save that for another time. But that's essentially my presentation on that. And so, what time is it? How long was that? So it's been about an hour, 20 minutes. And so what I'll do is there seems to be a lot of comments in the chat. And thank you, Sister Tamika, for the generous chat, super chat and donation. It is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. And so I won't have time to go through all of this, but what I'm going to do is open it up. So this is an open discussion. I'm just not going to just say what I say and then just leave y'all for the night. So for the next 30 minutes, for those who want to come on the program, I am going to put the link in the chat. As I'm doing right now. So it'll show up on the YouTube page, the YouTube chat, as well as the asarimhotep chat on Facebook. So either way, you should be able to have that link. Let me see. An error occurred. Wait a moment, then try again. Did it come through? Do y'all see? I'm not on. I guess should be on YouTube, and see if it comes in the chat. Um, but if you want to join the conversation, let me just see here if so. Yes, I do see it there. So okay, so at least on Facebook, I mean on YouTube, the link is in the chat. Uh, and let me go and check on the asarimhotep page. And so, I'm inviting you on. If y'all are in opposition to what I am saying, um, or you agree and you just want to, join the conversation, give me your insight and your thoughts on what I presented. Now, did I make a case for the existence of the alpha male in the human society, and not just based upon wolf studies or something to that nature? Did I make a good argument? So Donnie Williams says, so the lady's source was incorrect. Yes, the lady's source was incorrect. And so, again, I'm believing that she got the information from a video. There's a video. I don't know if y'all remember, if y'all know about, there's a channel called True TV, and they have a YouTube space, and there's these videos titled "Adam Ruins Everything." And so what Adam attempts to do is to falsify common beliefs about history, about anything. And so there's a video that was published in 2017 called "Adams Ruins Everything: Alpha Males Do Not Exist." I can't say she didn't cite her source. She was reading, of course, from her own notes, but she didn't cite her source. But I know that this, was kind of a big video and debate, for the past 3 years or so. And so that was published in 2017 online. And then again, of course, this is kind of a popular conversation. So, she could have went anywhere. But the point is that when I watched that video, he made the same argument, and saying that it originated with Dr. Meach, and that is in fact not the case at all. So uh let me see. We got our good brother Black Panther, Mossy Warrior Clan in the building. Thank you for coming on and joining the space. What's good, my brother?
Lafayette Mandala, Baby Fahudier. What's going on, brother Asar? I enjoyed the presentation.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
What I will say is the basis upon alpha men not existing, at least in my mind, was strictly academic as far as ethology, which is the science of animal behavior. I don't think we as an academic body have put in the cultural, I'll say, study or the cultural credit hours or man hours into expanding it into human behavior, which is why it's not widely accepted. I think that specifically sociologists, the common attitude is it would be too difficult among a wide range of humans, and their their variations, their backgrounds, their cultures, their everything that makes them who they are. I think that is why it has not been studied. It has not been widely or universally accepted when people bring it up. Specifically from an academic standpoint. But you made an excellent case, specifically in the African culture, that we have what we would call today alpha males within our different societies. So I think that you made a foundation that I hope you can turn into an article, uh, and hopefully get it submitted to maybe Journal Pan African Studies or Killmonger's Corner. Shameless plug. Killmonger's Corner. Well, we can that idea that's a hot topic. That's not just Kevin Samuels and High Value Man and Manosphere and not just that, but academics in general. You mentioned the whole nature versus nurture argument. I mean, that argument has been going on, since we all were alive. So I think this is something groundbreaking and something that many people can benefit from, and possibly, like Higgs boson was once pseudoscience, and now it's a fact of reality. So this is why we do this, to bring new ideas to the forefront, to bring new ideas to the conversation, to where we can analyze it and make our determination from there. So salute to you for the presentation, and I hope a further publication will come from this in whatever way you see fit, and the body of knowledge, the community of memory grows from there.
Indeed. But yeah, that's that nature versus nurture is at the heart of why it would be very difficult to argue from a biological standpoint these as being inherent traits. And I think that's at the crux of the conversation. Are these attributes inherent in any kind of biological organism? And as I essentially argued at the beginning, it's almost impossible to make that determination, because especially in human groups, but I see this in any other kind of organism, all behavior is based upon the nature, the environment in which they're in, and the kind of the social construct of the organism itself. Now, you couldn't be talking about like alpha snakes or alpha alligators. Why? Because they're not social beings.
Right.
So of course, it would only, like we can only probably only have this study with mammals, right? Land mammals. But again, it's like, especially when it comes to human beings, this is culture. This isn't an issue of inherited biological processes. But to say that social constructs are not necessarily real is that's false, because we make it real in our head, and
Right.
we move and operate based upon our values and our beliefs. So whether Jesus the Christ exists as a physical being, he exists in the minds of a great number of individuals, and they move and operate based upon that belief. And so this is no different than with this discussion here. So there may be, for example, in terms of exploration, in terms of defense, in terms of sexual prowess, those things may be biological,
Yeah.
in the males. But because we have this creative aspect and this intellectual aspect, especially the human's ability to see themselves in other non-human beings and objects. It's like if we look into the sky and we see Marcus Garvey in the clouds formation or something like that. That's something in our mind. But we see human things. That's why God has to have human attributes. That's why he loves and cares and gets angry or doesn't approve of this, that. We project human things onto others, or we'll see certain things that kind of remind us of ourselves. So that's why, for example, the bull kind of reminds us of ourselves. And so we take on that personification, and that becomes part of the culture. So now, the nature versus nurture becomes part of the culture, and then you start teaching it to your children, and then they just kind of grow up into it and just becomes part of the social personality, so to speak. And so hold on a
Yeah,
sec.
that's a great point, brother. So, the thing about social constructs, I mean, we try to diminish social constructs, but money is a social construct,
Exactly.
and I'm sure everybody listening will,
Mhm.
agree with me that money is real as hell, and so is them bills. So, we
That
money
eviction notice is
is real
real
as
if
it
you didn't
gets.
pay that rent.
As serious as my sergeant used to say, serious as dick cancer. So, you know, uh, biomimicry is something, and I know you've gone into detail about this before, but
Mhm.
biomimicry in some areas shapes the way we build societies, and
Yeah.
it's such a tool that has been used in so many ways that I don't think people really understand or really grasp why biomimicry is so important. I mean, the airplane.
Mhm.
You think
Right.
that design was just something that came out of the Wright brother? No, they're looking at birds. you know,
Exactly.
the anything down to the X-ray machine at the airport and how they study bats to create that. There's so many things in our society that we got from animals, and to separate ourselves from them so much, it's kind of funny because science doesn't separate humans from animals, except when it comes to this study. When you talk about the alpha males, that's when we go, oh no, we're different. And that's where I just
Yeah.
draw the line. Ain't no bull.
Like you see, like, matter of fact, a peacock, right?
Oh
The
yeah,
peacock has, you notice the most beautiful animals are all, for the most part, males,
males.
because natural selection selects for those males that appear the best and has the flashiness. And so, like, when you see a peacock, it has a big trail in the back, and it does all the dancing. That's
Mhm.
equivalent to pulling up in the high rise, or pulling up in
Yeah,
the Benz, the Maybach, for a sister today, hypergamy. Like, we're no different in this aspect
absolutely.
than
You
any other animal species that is trying to compete for the top uh mates to produce with. And so we act like we're just so above and so separate from nature. But before we continue, I'm gonna need each and every one of you to, that is right, need y'all to hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel and you like these types of discussions and want to be the first to know when we having these discussions, and any kind of interviews that we upload or have live, make sure that you hit the bell and subscribe to this particular channel. I'm trying to get over 10,000, and so we're just a few thousand away from that, and so we can really get this kind of message out there. And so we have another guest on the panel, Al Asmove, or is it Al Asmove Edwards? How you say it?
It's A Smooth, A Smooth.
Ace.
It
Oh, my
must
bad.
be
My
it's
bad.
A.
I've been in academic space. I've forgot how to
you
read.
try to pronounce it like it's Europe.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
you know
gonna
what I'm
tell you.
saying.
How smooth.
Ace Smooth.
I
Al
like that
Ace
though.
Smooth.
That could work. That could work.
Peace and blessings,
Oh,
man.
peace,
Welcome to
peace,
the
peace.
forum.
Thank you, thank you.
So
You
what's
know,
your thought?
I want
Go
to
ahead.
say, peace and blessings first and foremost. You know, to the ancestors.
All right.
Um, you know, I want to say, peace to Ogun,
Mm-hmm.
Ogunini. You know, because Ogun has been such a powerful force in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
It's important to know when we are likening the character of uh, current nuances to natural forces,
Mm-hmm.
forces that truly exist in nature, because we have to have order in our lives. You know, without order, we can't get anything done. Ogun is the epitome of order, the
Mm-hmm.
epitome of when we're talking about masculinity, manhood, those who are born under the sign of Ogun, who carry the head of Ogun, are some of the most powerful individuals to have ever existed in life.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people say they're alpha male. A lot. I mean, let me give you a little background on how I came in or was confronted with the term of alpha male and beta male and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was in 2014. The Black Manosphere was starting to catch some wind. I wanted to be a contributor to the Black Manosphere. O'Shea, Du Jackson, Kevin Samuels, they were all part of that panel. O'Shea had the best content. So everybody was kind of rallying behind O'Shea and listening to O'Shea to see what O'Shea was going to do next. And kind of focus on how it is that we're going to, put things out into the conscious community to, you know, people in general, specifically Black people, how we were going to uh, bring order into the lives of people. So the reality of the situation is a lot of people that proclaim to be alpha male, or an indicator that really identifies a person as an alpha male first and foremost, is the amount of money that they make.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is most people that make a lot of money don't do so through Iwapuela, or through good character, or gentle character, or any of the like. They don't do that necessarily on the basis of truly healing another individual, by truly raising another individual from the ground up. Um, bringing somebody who may be sick into complete order. Um, in Yoruba, as I will, you know, our greatest feat is that we don't measure a man by the amount of money that he has, but by the amount of people that he can heal. That means that, reality of the situation, you're only as useful as what you can, as far as you can heal, basically, as far as your knowledge of healing and giving that to people, and helping people, helping the community, helping the society, helping the nation, and so on and so forth, helping humanity, period. That's everything. um
Mm-hmm.
so when I listen to people saying something about an alpha male, reality of the situation is they're just talking about finance. Most of them don't know very much about values or ethics or morals. They know it from an economic basis. You can ask them about business and how you could best maximize a funnel, but
Mm-hmm.
they can't tell you, or even if they were in a situation, truly come out of that situation unscathed and healing others, and in a way where the disorder is completely eradicated, as we see with the depictions like King Narmer, chopping off the head of his enemies, which is a depiction of how he was able to establish order in the people. That is far from what we what we talking about when we're saying alpha males today.
I would,
It's
I would, I would have a little pushback on that,
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
and the reason, because I've had this conversation before regarding the high value man. So in many respects, this is a continuation of the African high value man, and I do agree. And this is one of the things that I put into those. I think I was a total of 2 presentations. Uh, the the aspects of the character. Like for me, that should be number one. That's the foundation of your journey to be a high value man, an alpha man, whatever. Um, and then of course the finances is a major part of that. And what I made sure that I cited a number of materials from indigenous initiated Africans to counter this claim, this notion that you are not supposed to be wealthy, uh, depending on, of course, what that particular society considers wealth. But in each of the citations, wealth and money were at the basis, of the power and your ability to make things happen in society. As a matter of fact, this is something that is even discussed by Dr. Mukinge in the text here, Muntu Zombie, regarding the Baluba people. And what it appears is that especially in a lot of African centered circles, that they want to kind of diminish wealth and money in the equation, not understanding like this is the basis of the whole bride price thing. To be able to show the family that you have enough resources to take care of family and to bring prosperity, and like that's your job. So that's why I discuss in terms of this characteristic of the bull, that the fertility of the bull becomes emblematic of his ability to prosper and to expand what he has inherited. And I have a number of citations where this is from the Dagara to the Yoruba to the Zulu. Matter of fact, if I was to share, let me remove and stop sharing that screen. I just want to share like this brother. I don't know if y'all can see the screen. I won't play it.
No, we can see it.
Yeah. So some of y'all may be familiar with Mapongo Joshua out of South Africa, and he has a lot of, he's kind of mixed. He has to speak to Christians, but you can tell that he's coming from an indigenous standpoint when it comes to the wisdom, the Zulu people and things of this nature. And so, like, he has a lecture here on YouTube talking about stop being afraid of money, and he goes into this notion of how so many people come into this space thinking that to be African is to not have uh, a desire for money. And so we kind of shy away from these things and wonder why we can't get certain things done. Like money and prosperity is at the heart of a lot of the traditions and culture. And so,
Yes.
yes, character, yes,
Mhm.
being able to heal,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
yes, money. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
if you read this text here, I got like, I wish I'll probably just cite some more coming out of Fukiao because I got some of his unreleased stuff. When he's talking about this in terms of money in an Nganga and being able to use this for the expansion of family and community. And
Yes.
so when you actually listen to Kevin Samuels, he's not, at least him. I don't know about any others in the periphery, but he's always said that having money is not enough. But this is the foundation when you're talking about being high value, because value is a word for power, and power is the ability to do or act. And in this society, the more money you have, the more you will be able to do. Matter of
Yeah.
fact,
Yeah. Yeah.
um, I will play this. I don't care about the copyright strike. me find.
Okay, let me just say that I do have, I agree and I respectfully disagree at the same time. Only to a certain extent. And I want to hear the clip first, but I'll go back into, how, the things that I know as far as like, primary evidence from the things that I've witnessed, through African culture. Because, I am owl and I have an understanding of the hierarchy and the processing. So I do want to hear the clip first, though.
All righty. So I'm gonna unshare this to make sure that I hit the share system audio. Well, I don't know if it will echo. Well, y'all tell me if y'all hear the or if there's an echo when you hear it. So this is a clip of Muhammad Ali, and he's talking about the importance of wealth, even amongst the Nation of Islam. And so I don't know who the host is, but at this part of the video, he is kind of taunting him about a book or something like this. So I don't know what the exact frame is, but
interesting watching a playback of one of these programs to see what happens, in the sense of how people come over.
We got this thing taped.
Do you want to?
Hold on. Can y'all hear that clearly?
Yes.
All righty. And those in the audience, if you heard the clip clearly, please let me know so I can then I'll push play again. So I know it's going to be a time delay. All right, bet. All right, so here we go.
Is that, we
Do you
got
want
I think it's back to America.
do you want another quote so you can sort of start shouting at me?
Yeah, I want to lay another trap for me.
Right, fine. It's not a trap at all. This is again points out the essential contradiction.
This will be the first show we
contradiction.
Yeah.
And there is a contradiction, right?
I know it.
He preaches against materialism, but fills his garage with a Rolls Royce, a new Cadillac, a new Lincoln, a new camper,
two Rolls Royces. Now, I'll tell you another thing. Now, I wish he was here, the man who wrote it.
Well,
I preach against material things.
Yes.
When have I ever preached anything against material? I don't preach against material things. I teach our people and our religion that heaven is not on earth. I say heaven is not up in the sky. I mean, heaven is on earth. Hell is not underground. Hell is on earth. The white man has told you heaven is in the sky and hell is underground, and he takes everything in the middle. He's got all the factories, all the hotels, all the motels, all the electric, the land. I say heaven is a good condition on earth. This is what we preach. I don't preach this material things. And another reason I have material things, not because I want them, not because I see a watch today I want to buy in the Hilton Hotel. Watch costs $6,000. I'm getting a watch for a reason. I have my Rolls Royces for a reason. I have the things I buy for a reason. Black people in America, I'm ready for you. Black people in America do not respect, even the world, people, the average man out here. Why am I on your show? I'm George Foreman. Why can I get up and talk so bold on TV? Because I'm the heavyweight champion? Well, I was just another nigga out there working. I washing dishes, and my opinion don't mean a damn thing. I know that. But let me tell you another. Why do I buy pretty cars? Because all of the educated people, we're trying to convert to the Islamic faith. The thing is, you all don't have nothing. Elijah Muhammad Ali used to have a little old house, a real house, trying to be humble, and all the Negro preachers of Christianity will say to their followers, how can Elijah Muhammad be from God? He lives in a shack. Shouldn't God be able to bless him with a nice home? He wanted to be humble. He could have had a big home. He drove a little old car in his younger days trying to be humble. But they think you don't have nothing. People don't respect you when you look like you don't have no money. So I got to buy diamonds. I got to be the heavyweight champion. I got to have a Rolls Royce. So when I pull up to that other black man with a Rolls Royce, hey, my brother, come on down to the Muslim temple today. I want you to hear the sermon of Allah. It was a pretty car. Where that watch come from? Oh, my man. Come on over. And they listen. You got to have something. Most people will join a church. You get a Catholic church, any kind of church, and build a church and put gold seats in it, put diamond carved speakers on the wall, put carpet in that church, and watch how many followers you will have in your church. Let another man preach a better word of God. Let him have a little house with a storefront, and he won't hardly have no followers. People are in this world, we love wealth. They respect people with money. So I have to buy these things, line them up. I'm fixing up a home in Chicago, English style house, 14 bedrooms, 60 years old. It will cost $1 million to build. I paid $100 for it. I'm putting all new furniture from Beirut, Lebanon. It's going to be a plus house. I'm never at home. But when I invite people over to talk to me, and they ding, punch the bell, dong, 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 dong. And my chauffeur come to the door. Oh, yes, Mr. Ali, be out in 20 minutes. I have to sit upstairs for 30 minutes and make him wait so he'll appreciate me. I don't run the door. I don't run right to the door and answer him. You go to meet Queen Navino, I bet you. You don't walk right in and meet the Queen. You sit there for a while, and they take you to this room and sit there. Queen's probably sitting there watching the news. But make you wait. Make you think about what you're going to do. You go meet a president of a country. You don't go meet the country. They show you what he's building. They let you see what he's doing. And then when you meet the president, you realize who he is. So I'm trying to convert. I'm trying to wake up my people and help them. So I have to have these things. Otherwise, I'm broke. He's a Joe Louis. His managers take all his money. He made $5 million. He don't have nothing. Now, that's why you see these cars and stuff. Any more tricks? Any more traffic?
No more.
And when you think about what he's saying, why do we gravitate even to ancient Kemet and their temples when he talks about the churches and things of this nature? When you go into the temples of ancient Kemet, you look at the power and the wealth and the management that went into putting these things together, and it makes you want to listen and read what the messages are on the temples. And so what we understand is that power, like people respect power, and wealth is power. And then there's other aspects of power in terms of influence, being able, coercion and things. Dr. Amos Wilson talks about this heavily in Blueprint for Black Power. You have to have all these things. And so when people are seeing that the information that you are trying to give to them allows them to secure food, clothing, and shelter, and allows for them to expand and to grow, then they're more apt to pay attention to what you're saying. That's what he's saying here. And everyone has known this throughout history. And we have endless citations, indigenous citations, confirming what Muhammad Ali was saying in this particular interview. Mm-hmm. People can, have their issues with it, but it is what it is. And if the information and the wisdom of all of that was all that and then some, it should help me to secure food, clothing, and shelter, safety and prosperity for my family and my community as a whole. If it doesn't, it is going to be seen in the eyes of the people. You may have some good proverbs that you can say, but at the end of the day, it's all about prosperity, safety, and security. And if it doesn't secure those things, people going to look at you sideways.
Very true. Very true. I agree with everything that you said. As far as if we were to truly come up with a definition for alpha male, that would be the epitome. That's what it is, honestly. And I would get behind that 100%. The only thing is that we today use the term too loosely, and a lot of people associate themselves with being in that particular category. The problem with it, well, let's go to what Muhammad Ali is saying. He's saying that basically he has these things, these material things, to attract the people of Islam to want and go out and get these things and start to build, real power. The finance aspect isn't always, the money aspect isn't always the equivalent to Owo. The real power, what we're really talking about in that aspect, money can at times be a reflection of wisdom. You can get money from being wise. You can do that from time to time, but it's not consistent in nature, because nature doesn't produce the money. So you don't always get an equivalent or a balance in your efforts, or what it is that you're looking to achieve when finance is the root, when money is the root. There has to be the wisdom that encapsulates people, because Islam is already a repository of wisdom, to a great extent. You can't. It's already, that foundation is already laid. So you're just showing people who have great wisdom that, hey, if you want to grow your community and have more power in your community, then, front a little bit, put build something big that resembles a mountain. Because when we go and we see mountains, we're like, wow, that's incredible. How did that even come about? And it's things that have been worshipped. Volcanoes and all these natural phenomenons are things that we have uh, utilized in creating balance in our lives. So that's what you kind of want. That's kind of what he's saying in that essence. Well, that's what I'm taking from what he's saying. It's not really about the money. It's about, like you were saying, the power. That's the root. But power comes in so many different forms. It comes from balance. And when you just use your money as the direct reflection, then you don't necessarily get uh, an adequate or a balanced reception from the people. And in saying, like when we look at Kim and the people of Tassetti and so on and so forth, they built all these great things, and people are so attracted to it, and they knew that. The people there, they knew that, and they knew more so than the actual finance aspect of it, that people gravitate towards quality. Quality isn't necessarily gotten by money. And that's kind of how we have a lot of people who kind of come from grassroots situations. They create, maybe something like a little art, or they might invent something that's so great and so grand. It may not have cost them anything to make it, hardly. Could have just been something that they said. But because they did it and it was such a high quality, the people gravitate towards it. Most revolutions and grassroots movements, that's how they start. They start from the quality of what people really need in their lives. And ancestors knew all of this. They knew that quality was everything. It creates balance. It's what we need in our lives. We have to have quality. You always use something at low quality, and you're not doing anything but oxidizing yourself. You're going to eventually die. So quality was always the key to power, the key
But
to
I
attract.
understand what you're trying to say, but I don't think there's any argument anywhere where anyone is basing the crux of the conversation on, like, for example, money and wealth. As I was stating with Kevin Samuel, it's always a combination of things that composite and make what we give the label. For example, a high value man, a high value woman, a high an alpha male or alpha woman, a leader, or a whatever, whatever the summary is, the label for it is always a composite of things. And that's in any society. So that's why I made sure when I cited the citations that you saw all of these attributes. You saw in the citation with Ogun that it was nurturing involved in that, protection, as well as sexual prowess. So just because you all spiritual and stuff don't mean that you ain't supposed to put it down in the bedroom with your woman.
That's right.
You
That's
know,
right.
like that's some world Carly stuff like that. like you supposed to be, you know, when you grab her from behind, and she's supposed to feel some of that strength behind what you're doing. You
Exactly.
can't come
Hey,
in there all passive.
that's
Oh,
what it is.
I'm
You got
blah,
to.
blah, and talk about some chakras
There
and
you go.
passive. No, the girl wants the bull, and that's
There
what
you
you
go.
give her.
That's right.
And
I
then
hate
after
you.
all that is said and done, we can go back and to talk about some deep philosophy and some religion, but that is part of the process. It's never a one and done thing.
Yeah.
It's always a combination of things. And so, for example, when Malidoma Some, anybody who's read Malidoma Some's work, you
Mhm.
know, you can't help but be captivated
Mhm.
by the wisdom, not only just of the tradition itself, but of the stories of his initiations and what he was able to tell us of allegedly what went down, right? And so you come to find out that they have the ability to be invisible, and they have, you know, bows that they could shoot darts through and attack people from a distance, and on some quantum mechanics type stuff. And you know, they can, with a small plot of land, double the amount of produce in a particular yield and all this other kind of stuff. And they can he can transform himself into light and travel to other dimensions. This is all the stuff that is talked about in this text. But when I first met him, he was raising money, doing speaking engagements to raise money so that they can build wells in his community. So
Wow.
you mean to tell me that you have the ability to communicate with Colton in other dimensions and go through caves, and you can, and certain people can transform into other things, and you can transform yourself into light. You have all these powers, but there's no one in the community who understands basic physics and understands pressure and
Mhm.
can filter water and bring it into the society. Like there's an
Exactly.
imbalance here.
Exactly. Exactly.
And so, you know, we just have to be more well-rounded and understand that there isn't a hierarchy, like this is some super high special knowledge over here. Sure, it's interesting because it isn't part of our everyday experience. But if you can't bring clean water to your people, but you can go and travel into another dimension with upside down beings, and you can raise the dead at a funeral. And for those who have, you know, read of Water in the Spirit, know what I'm talking about
Yes.
in terms of
Yes.
what these aspects of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Twice.
you know something's wrong. So this is all we're saying here, is that, you know, you in a hierarchical society, there's still community. There's no just, you know, there's just a one man. You know, his power is in the respect that the community has and his ability to manage resources and to bring prosperity to people who he interacts with. And it starts in your family, and then it scales up from there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Very.
it just is what it is. There's just no way around it. There's just always going to be those individuals who have those leadership abilities that others do not. And even if they have these leadership abilities, these you're not going to utilize all of these traits in every single scenario. Depending upon the environment and stuff of where you're at, you know, you're going to quell some attributes and then you're going to raise others. So, you know, while we may be on the internet and we be cussing each other out and fighting and all this other kind of stuff, because, you know, we just got to be warriors where we at in the world, because everybody be acting crazy. But when we at home with the queen, we on some, when I'm alone in my room, sometimes I stare at the wall, but in the back of my mind, I
Man,
hear
I
the
hate you.
conscious call telling me I need a love who is sweet as, you know, whatever the lyrics is.
Yeah.
That's what we on there. So we ain't all, you know, bring me sandwich and all this. You know, it's a little gentler thing. It's balance. It just, depending upon the situation, do you have the necessary characteristics to draw on to be able to succeed in for whatever that situation calls for.
I think you make an excellent point of balance and equilibrium and the right character for the right situations. We do these catch-all mindsets with, since I'm this, I have to be this all the time. And I'm so smooth and light and no disrespect to you, brother. But I'm just, I can't get angry. I can't get it's like we bubble wrap our culture to where nobody can do certain things. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Once you start reading or you take an apprenticeship and learn Odoo for yourself, you will discover a few things. Number one, these entities that is supposed to be so loving and benevolent and just they don't ever get angry, that's a crap of shit.
True.
Real quickly. And to give you an example, Obatala, king of the white cloth, purity, stoic, never gets angry, right? Well, why is there a statue of him depicted as Obalufon with a head in his hand? And it's not his head.
Exactly.
It's a head he took in battle. Nobody talks about that. They don't talk about him as a warrior. Every single thing on this planet has a defense mechanism. And you talked about this earlier. I don't go out looking for trouble. But if trouble finds me, you gotta bring that bull.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be ready.
That's my point. But see, that's
gotta
my
be
not to cut
ready.
you off. Not to cut you off, I'm just gonna reinforce what you're saying. But yeah, that's my point there is, like these people that are truly alpha male, like they're kind of few and far between. It's not really something that so many people are doing. Like I was saying, like the term is just being used so loosely, and it's always referring to finance and not necessarily to one's character. And character is the root.
And
Is the root.
on who you talk to again, because everybody uses a term that it becomes popular, then everybody claims it's being used too loosely. So if I say a babalao, that term used too loosely.
Very much.
And I would agree.
Very, very much.
It's spirituality. People use that term too. What is spirituality?
I mean, every term we come up with at some point, people are going to abuse.
That's my point. That no matter what the term is, once it becomes popular, it becomes kind of generalized, and then people will use it in a way that fits them. So we in these types of situations, this is why we always got to cite.
Absolutely.
When we're having this discussion, is who said what, when did they say it,
right,
and what do we believe they meant when they said it.
It's a sister right now saying, you ain't buy me no Louis Vuitton bag. You ain't no alpha male.
Exactly. You ain't buy me no Birkin. You is not
what kind of alpha male is you?
and regardless, that's her, but if she has a conversation with me and what that means, like I'll say that I'll buy you a Birkin, but I would buy you it with the profits that you helped double in terms of an investment. Like I wouldn't use my earned income to buy you a Birkin. If you help me double my investment, that's a reward for your work. And this is part of this conversation when we talk about the value. So a woman, her status and stuff can rise when she gets with a certain dude. Her wealth and stuff increases as a result of that. That doesn't necessarily happen with men. And so what men look for, especially in those type of positions, when because people think that it's just that they just have money. It's like, no, they also have people who are under them in terms of businesses, in terms of, even if they just making they're high earners in an organization, they have people under them and they have people's lives at stake. So they just can't be walking all and doing things all willy-nilly, because what they do affects so many others. So if a woman comes into my situation, and let's just say I'm wealthy and all that, unless you can help me double what I am, you become more so a liability than an asset to me. And so this is where the question of what does a woman bring to the table besides
Yeah.
ass?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Very much so. Very, very much.
But ultimately, Asar, and I think somebody said it in the chat,
Mm-hmm.
we're going back to Amos Wilson, and we're talking about power.
Mm-hmm.
And money can be reflections of power, and power is something that is needed at times to be exerted in leadership. When you look at those Tekkens and those temples and even the Oduduwa statue in Ile-Ife and the Benin Wall, and all of these are shows of power.
Mm-hmm.
They can't be built with ideas, hopes, and dreams. They have to be built with some type of currency to get the thing done. Because people from the beginning of time, whether it's in cowrie shells, crypto, or cash, they've been getting paid for their work.
Yeah, right. And that's kind of the point of the OWO. The OWO, you can kind of look at it as a general motivation. Money can be OWO. Good character is always OWO. Right action is always OWO. That's kind of the crux of the situation. Like, a lot of things that are being built, a lot of the time the individual by himself isn't doing it. Not all the time is money necessarily the root of it. Some of these things, these efforts, are people just being able to have the will to dig into the ground to get things that's going to keep us stable on top of the ground. So it's a generality in that aspect, and it's still rooted. As long as the individual has good character, they have to be a good reflection in their environment, in their community, in their society, and whatnot. Because when we look at Oduduwa, we look at Obatala, we looking at perfection. At least not necessarily doing things without error, but doing it basically where the error is so minimal you can't even tell that there is error, if there is any at all. But that's kind of the point, the root of it. And that's why I keep saying, like, the people are using that term a little too loosely. It's just become, that's what the word I want to use is nomenclature in that regard. It's become the norm, and it's being used as a way to create a classism between people, and it's not rooted out of character. So people are kind of willing to do almost anything in order to get that prosperity, to get that money, and not necessarily be a real, genuine reflection of their society, and also a contributor to the maintenance and the building of their communities. So we see a lot of that when we look at pro athletes or people in the entertainment industry. They get a lot of money, and they get praised, and they're regarded as high value men or anything like that. And the reality of the situation, their character don't necessarily equate to what it is that they have or what they're utilizing in regards to OWO. And that's what we gravitate to, because OWO is a type of quality for us. That's what we can't always measure it. You can't always know exactly, how important it is, to give OWO to someone, or for someone to give OWO to you, or OWO just, you know, come out the blue, or whatever the case. But that's just kind of my situation with it, and really kind of utilizing these terms like that with the alpha male and all of that, because it's right now it's just a reflection of money. Nobody is really talking about very much values as far as.
That's not the case. You really just need to expand your online circles, because even in those popular, those things are being talked about, and I've seen them even talked about by Kim. As a matter of fact, he had a whole show, especially with the whole Fresh and Fit situation that recently happened, and he had a whole show on that in terms of the high value and how it is not based. He's been saying this from the beginning. It's not based on money, but money is very important. You start there, but he also emphasized the notion of integrity and character, and he had a whole show on that. And so this kind of stuff is being talked about, and so we always got to be careful when we say something's not being talked about, or they not discussing it and basing it
Can I
simply
share my
on.
screen, Asar?
Yeah, you can go ahead. And while you're doing that, I saw Muhammad, or somebody who is Muhammad, try to come in. It's saying you're in, but it's saying your device is not connected. So I don't know if you can hear me or if you're still watching, but you know, you'll need to, I'm a boot you out, and you know, you can come back in. And so either your microphone is not connected, or your webcam is not connected, but you'll need at least one of those to well, you at least need your mic to be connected. So you know, when you come in, make sure that you allow for your browser to accept, you know, and add your microphone to it. So I'm gonna kick you off the back because it's not letting you come through. So if you're still listening, you know, click the link and try to come back in. All right. So I'm gonna do that. Kick guest, and I'm gonna add.
Okay, there we go. So you should recognize this.
Yeah.
I posted this on my Instagram when you made it, talking about, you know, a high value man, basically in the African centered edition. So we see right at the top, good character and integrity. Number 2 is initiated into ways and values of one's ancestors. Number 3, understands his purpose in life and walks his path. Number 4, has a world African historical consciousness and is well learned. Number 5, knows the art of unveiling life's mysteries and a problem solver. That's a big part of leadership and rulership, being a problem solver. Hell, that's a big part of being a man. Belongs to a network of other high value men, is afraid to die without winning a victory for African people, has mastered the art of accumulating resources to achieve higher goals. So I think number 8 is really what we're talking about here. And resources come in a variety of ways, but the principle of number 8 is to achieve higher goals. He's mastered the art of being able to tower over life's 1001 challenges. And number 10, knows how to recognize and celebrate life's beauties. Not a stiff, has style, has fun, and looks for positive things. If
In
this
other words, give your girl the bull. That's part of number 10.
Yeah.
Don't forget. Hey, you gonna make a number 11?
Yeah, you know, I put that honorable mention. Like, look,
and don't forget the bull.
Business, and
everybody gonna be like, "What is he talking about? What is this bull?"
That's gonna be number 11. Give your girl the business.
There you go.
I'm sorry, go ahead, my bad.
Well, I just want to say real quick, and And y'all are right. I mean, I'm not going to say that nobody has ever really spoken about values, and you know, Asar, that's why I really like your platform as much as I do, because you do talk about values. You do talk about having integrity, and you interview the people who truly respond in that manner. You But your platform is not the only platform. And a lot of the things that the people who are using this term a lot, I mean, they use it probably 15 or 20 times every episode. You know, mostly what they're talking about is not values, um, as opposed to, you know, what they would be looking for in a female. They're speaking about the finances first and foremost. If you don't have the finances, then you can't even be qualified as an alpha male, much less a high value man. And that kind of rubs me the wrong way, because I know for certain that, you know, you don't have to have all the money in the world to do anything that you want to do in order to be regarded as alpha. You know, it doesn't equate to reality. Um, I know a lot of people who got more money than somebody who doesn't have very much money, and the person who doesn't have very much money is able to get much more done in their community, just because their network is strong, or they just themselves, they're just a strong individual, meaning that they're right in their actions. You know, they're right in their behaviors and in most of their thoughts. And we see that reflected in the community, and we do our best to try to uphold those people, you know, whether they have a certain amount of money or not. So, like, I agree with y'all when y'all are saying, you know, resources can come in different forms. And I think that's what needs to be emphasized, so that we can start talking about the values, actually having real values, and what we would actually regard as a high value man, not necessarily a man that has to make $10,000 every month for the next 5 years to be regarded as high value and alpha. You know, that shouldn't be the reflection. The reflection should be, do you really understand the problems of the community, and what are you doing to really help the people? That is should be how all the conversations should start. That should be what makes a person alpha or not. Because, you know, if you have no efforts in your community, you've never done anything in your community to uplift your community, you know, then that's where you need to start. You know, whether you get money for the situation or not, if you got to volunteer or whatever the case, it don't make no difference. You need to be a leader first. You got to learn what it means to be a leader, and the only way you could be a leader is you got to have good character. You got to be a real leader. I mean, you have to have a real purpose. You have to, you know, that's just how
Let's
that's how
also recognize that everybody isn't meant to be a quote unquote alpha male.
there you go.
We can't have a society
I
of
agree.
babalas and no one to divine for.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Everybody is, and I know that the emphasis put on it, you know, is coming from both sides, but you know, the insults are being hurled at men. Oh, you a beta male, you an omega male, you're whatever. Hey, guess what? Be comfortable in the skin that you're in.
There you go.
And move through life accordingly, because everybody's purpose is different.
Exactly.
So an orchestra need tenors, altos, and sopranos.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, everybody cannot be you know, this standard of whatever that is supposed to be the head, and then everybody, even if you are, you might not be in a position to exert that power yet. There might be somebody in front of you. You know, there's been plenty of times where there have been rulers that have been late in age getting up there, and the young bull prince is ready to take the reins. But
Mhm.
unfortunately, the old king ain't ready to give it up. So you got to wait your turn.
Or start a new kingdom, and that's what a lot
Or
of
start a new
others.
kingdom. Whatever you
That's
whatever
a
you
lot
think
of
you
that's what a lot of our ancestors did. Is there was some infighting, and they didn't like how it was. They just moved and started a new kingdom. And you know, but that's what kings do. It's like, I'm not finna, I don't want to have to kill my brother and all this.
Right.
Just move and start a new kingdom.
Brother, you said this was your last year ruling. Why are you still ruling? It's 5. It's been 5.
But in traditional kingship, the next person doesn't come until the king dies. So
Yeah.
it's
You got
not
to
like
wait.
democracy. Your 4 years up. That's
No.
one of the reasons why they fought so hard for that, because the king would not. If you had a bad king, how many years this Negro gonna live? If you got to be under this bad rulership.
It's
But
time to go.
before we continue, I want to read something that I'm gonna introduce and bring on our good brother or sister. I don't know. It says Muhammad on the screen, and we'll get their insight. But one of the things I just want to stress is that people are getting, there's too much emphasis on the word money, and the word money is just a trigger for certain folks. And I want to replace the word money with ashe. If we understand what ashe is and its relationship to high value, then I think we can have a more productive conversation, because the ashe,
Yes.
and I need to find a citation on Barnes. Pemberton is the author chapter in her edited work, where she talks about how Ogun is associated with kingship and how kingship is associated with ashe. And ashe is, again, it comes from a root meaning to do, to create, to act. The prefix of abstraction makes it a noun, a nominal form, which means command, power, and other many different things in which we've defined before. But I want to cite Dr. Amos Wilson real quick, and to show exactly what we're talking about here, because people are focused on money, and money is not it. That's not the underlying thing that we're talking about. That's just one manifestation of this. And in a capitalistic society where everything is run, the medium of exchange is money, that's just how ashe manifests itself in this social construct. So what I'm going to do is share my screen again. And so many of y'all know me to cite this. Anyway, so can y'all see? Okay. So this is Dr. Amos Wilson's text, The Falsification of African Consciousness, Eurocentric History, Psychiatry, and the Politics of White Supremacy. And he states here, we're suffering from the absence of an economic system. Money is not a system. Money is what it is. A system involves the systematic and organized utilization of money, a systematized utilization and distribution of money. Without the pattern, without the system, without the organization, one does not have an economy. An economy exists prior to money. There were economies in the world before money was invented. And we got to remember that ancient Egypt didn't have money in the way that we think of it today, but they had ashe.
Right.
We don't even have to have money to have an economized system. So ultimately, when we study an economic system, we recognize that an economic system at its base refers to the nature of the relationship between people. It's the systematic way people choose to relate to one another that makes it economic system, not money. When we lack a systematic way of relating to each other, then we have money. We can have money and still be poor, have money and be robbed, which is what we are. And this is a very important citation because, again, the underlying thing that we're talking about is not the physical money. The physical money is just a manifestation of one's relationships with people. And then when you're talking about in a leadership context, any leader is a manager of resources. So if you can't accumulate and manage resources, you can't share those resources and empower others to build this economic system that we're talking about. It's the nature of relationships. It's the ashe. It's your command. It's your ability to act and do. That is the crux of it. It manifests itself in money. It manifests itself in great human relations. It manifests itself with a number of children, a great husband and wife, a great and prosperous business, education, and things of this nature. It's the ashe. And when we're using ashe from the Yoruba language, to be all encompassing into this underlying spirit that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
And so people get caught up on the word money, and that's not the focus. That's not what we're talking about here. But in this construct, the medium of exchange, what helps to get things done, we call in this language money. And this is what we have to accumulate. So as a leader, you have to be able to accumulate. That means you have to have good human relations. So you either have to have some kind of business that people trust and you help to solve their problems and they pay you for it. If you're in an organization, if normally you're going to be higher up, which means you're going to be in some kind of management type of position, which means that you have to understand the nature of people and to be able to organize, motivate, and get those people to be productive in a way for the organization. And they pay you handsomely for it. At the underlying this whole conversation is your ability to relate and get along and empower people. And as a result of that, and your ability to critically think and solve problems, it manifests itself as money in this society. And that's what it ultimately is. And that's what he's saying. That's what Kevin and others have been saying for the longest. And
Yeah,
so
and
that's that we just got to get beyond the trigger word of money and thinking that that's all it is. But I want to introduce Muhammad. I know you've been patiently waiting, and I don't know what happened beforehand, but you're on now, and introduce yourself and tell us what you think about this conversation. And you have to unmute your mic if you can hear us.
Just talk. Like, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes. And if you can,
Very clear.
I can hear you, but if you're far away from your mic, you could get a little closer. We can hear you a little better.
Is it better now?
Yes, we can hear
clear?
You. Yeah, I hear you clear. Go ahead.
Okay. This happened really quick, so I wasn't really prepared. But
Okay.
I just first of all I want to introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Nadeem. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska. I've been currently I'm 34 years old. I've been here in the United States. Came with my family towards the end of 2008. I came from Sudan. I'm Sudanese, or African, or Sudanese, Nubian, whatever you want to call it. So but I'm from that part of the world, So I've been listening to you. I have actually seen lots of lectures that you have presented, and I really like that. I really liked lots of them, although I had my disagreements. Particularly, I really liked the ones with Brother Hermestein from London. I thought that he was really profound. He was really informative. But yeah, I really liked your studies in linguistics and all that. Although I had my I had my reservations on lots of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I am just this is I'm kind of like a little bit excited because this is happening really quick, and but I'm really indebted to to your generosity and letting me into your podcast, into your platform to have some voice.
Indeed. All right.
Yeah, but I realize, yeah, I really like the, I was just one of the major disagreements that I had with, in terms of like this discussion and in terms of alpha male is, I was just wondering if actually, alpha male, I'm wondering if the concept itself is a sort of modern concept, modern European concept, because a lot of times, I find ourselves trying to project things in modernity,
Mm-hmm.
and in Western modernity rather, like which America is part of. We're trying to find similar roots and similar connections of what we are living right now to ancient Africa. And sometimes you get caught up in, scientific methodology, anthropology, biology, all that stuff. When, I mean, I'm not discrediting, I'm not trying to undermine these frameworks and these, these scientific paradigms. But I was reading, for example, I was reading the Afrocentric Idea from Molefi Asante,
Mm-hmm.
and he was talking about these models of science are not universal. There are other ways that could be scientific as well. These are just merely expressions. When the Egyptians or when the Nubians built pyramids, built temples, they didn't use the algebra that was founded by, combination of Arabic, Islamic revolution and Indian, concepts, Indian, ancient Indian, principles. But but it still, it worked. So I just, sometimes I feel like we get caught up in this sort of, like really popular concepts like alpha male, like, like equality, like diversity, and we try to justify that by finding, by finding ideas, or by finding sort of like etymologies in African, in ancient African culture, which is, I mean, African itself is not African, right? Because African itself coming from, is imposed from Europeans, right? So, but yeah, I mean, I mean, I can elaborate, but but it's, I was just wondering, like, what do you think? What do you think about that? So, like a,
Mm-hmm.
and like, so yeah, that's why, the alpha male thing is kind of, it really sort of like, it strikes me in a very odd way. The conversation about, like, not just the alpha male conversation, but similar themes and concepts. Especially in social media, like the like our brother Kevin Samuel, who I completely find, sometimes uh, completely find him, erroneous and mistaken. But but it's I mean, because sometimes if you try to say something, or if you try to engage and things like that, sometimes you could be construed as trying to trying to be oppressive or things like that. So a lot of times I just keep it to myself. But
I understand. I understand. Well, yeah, you hit on a lot of different things. So I'll try my best to, if I can recall much of what you stated. Um, and so, in terms of, for example, like the African, sure, the concept, the name Africa as reflective of the landmass was imposed by Europeans, but it's a Berber word, and it came from the Afrika people who live in northern Tunisia, and so it's just like how in Het Kapata, became Egyptos and became the name of the whole entire state of Egypt in modern times, as a result of the Greeks taking a name in this one area. And remember, they did the same thing with Ethiopia. They it was once, the name of a small region, and then they called the rest of Africa Ethiopia. At the time, you even had Ethiopian oceans and all of that. And so the labels have to be understood in their historical context. But that being one issue, the issue we also have to understand is that the label of what is an African and a European and all this other kind of stuff is arbitrary. And while there are definitely certain differences, major differences in certain populations across the world, there also are very much strong commonalities amongst groups. And certain things may change as a result of a consequence of history. So, for example, when we think of like nature spirits and the veneration of nature and having harvest celebrations and leaving offerings to deities and the gods, like these are common things that we would associate with indigenous African people, especially in the so-called sub-Saharan Africans, right? And when we think of religion in the modern sense, we think of Europeans and all the stuff coming out of the Middle East. What people don't understand is that before the wave of Christianity and Islam spread into Europe, the indigenous religions of Europe were all nature worshiping, nature based systems, no different than what you would find in Africa. And in many respects, they kept some of the African names for certain of these deities. And scholars such as Jean-Claude Mboli has dealt with this in his Origin of African Languages text. And he's currently working on a text dealing with the African foundations of Indo-European and especially Semitic languages. And so a lot of these concepts and words that we're thinking is quote unquote European are indigenously African, is that they just maintained it when these Africans moved out of the continent and spread out into places like Europe. And so, one of the things I try to do on this channel is to keep things academic and to, as much as possible, leave the politics out, because the politics shape how you view the evidence on the ground. And if your politics cloud your judgment, you won't be able to see these particular nuances which separate and or unify you in these particular aspects. People get triggered, like with the last guest, in terms of the money. But once I reframed it in terms of Ashe, in which he can understand, he understands what it is. That's the beauty of language. You can just substitute labels. These are abstractions. And so the problem is that people get stuck on labels and not understanding that just because the label is different over here, as the saying goes here in the United States, a rose by any other name smells just as sweet. And and so this is the case here. So when you're talking about an alpha male, I literally showed alpha male in the ancient Egyptian literature. And so the cognate for the term alpha, is harep in the ancient Egyptian language. And so I showed that even if they're using different words, they're all referencing the same phenomena and inspiration in terms of what they incorporated in their definition of manhood and leadership, using the bull as a reference.
I see.
And so there are other aspects of leadership and stuff that, because again, Africa is not a monolith. Everybody ain't the same. We can never treat all Africans as being just of one mind and they move and think all alike. That doesn't happen. That's not how we do this. And so even when it comes to science, now, I study under Santi in the whole of school and things, know him personal.
I see.
But this is something that I disagree with them on when it comes to the issue of science. Now, my first training is in science. And the problem is that when people from the so-called social sciences try to come into the mix, there's a phenomenon called physics envy. And what physics envy is because those who study the physical sciences, basically physics, astrophysics, quantum mechanics, things of this nature, and just mechanics, or to a certain extent biology, but more so chemistry. They're able to find consistent results as a result of their research, and to provide objective readings because they're using instruments that are not that rely on human interpretation for the reaction of the phenomena, so to speak. That changes when you start dealing with human groups, because you can't put human groups in the same um, category of being as, for example, calculating the speed of light. So we can have instruments that we can create which will accurately measure the speed of light and the effects of light and photons and all that. That doesn't happen with human groups. And so what you had at a period is because a lot of the funding in academic settings was going to the more what they call the quote unquote hard sciences, is that and then you had scientists who were assholes who
What do you
did.
mean by that?
This is what I mean. You had scientists who were assholes who would look down on individuals, professors or whatnot, who were in the humanities and didn't think that their work, had as much rigor and as much value as the physical sciences. And so as
Right,
a
right.
result of these interactions with these asshole scientists who didn't see the value of humanities studies, it created this environment of physics envy, where now people in the humanities is borrowing jargon from the physical sciences in an attempt to make it seem as if what they're doing is just as rigorous as what is required in mathematics, in physics, in quantum mechanics, and chemistry.
Correct.
And this is where the backlash came in. And so while Molefe Asante is correct when people try to use scientific terms, but he's rebelling against those who fell under the physics envy and was trying to make arguments on human groups using instruments in language that is meant to talk about and describe laws of physics, chemical interactions, movements and things of that nature. And so it's just understanding that history, which allows us to put the argument better in context in terms of the science versus the humanities conflicts that have happened in the past. And so, this is where I get, I disagree with
Yeah.
Asante on a number of things, him and Dr. Amamazama. And I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, bro. This is a really beautiful discussion, but I would just say that in terms of, I mean, yeah, it's always good to disagree and to have our discussions, the intramural discussions, as they will call in academy, or the governance is the governance structure discussion, as they call it in Africana studies.
Mm-hmm.
I heard that from Dr. Carr, but yeah, but anyway, but like in terms of Asante, I think that he's just simply referring to the fact that the discourse of modernity, the discourse of science, of European science, this current world that we live in, because I mean, remember, you have to take into consideration, and this is what I battle with all the time, the fact that the structure of knowledge, the paradigm that we have right now, derive over the last 500 years or 400 years. Like you're talking about the Renaissance, and you're talking leading up to the Enlightenment and modernity, right? So all that, while all that is happening, there was all that is happening, all that is forming and constituting during transatlantic slavery, during lynching, during killing, during the subjection of black bodies, during the scientific experimentation, the medical experimentation on black bodies. So when I take that into consideration, I always, first and foremost, I always have a skeptical eye towards the models, the scientific models, and and philosophical models, and humanity models. Whatever you're talking about, like the whole sort of like episteme that that we live in, the epistemology that we are trying to build logic and discourses from. I always, I'm not saying that it's not useful. Yeah, all these things are useful, but I try not to get wrapped up in the idea that these things are universal. And I think Asante was simply referring to that. To
But
when he's talking about Thomas Kuhn and the scientific method, he's basically referring to the fact that this is a model. This is a Eurocentric model of gathering data and interpretation and things like that. But they don't have
but
other dynamics.
it's not Eurocentric, and that's the problem. See, Dr. Molefe
Why is
Asante,
not? Why is not, bro?
listen to what I'm saying. Dr. Molefe Asante is a very prolific and researcher, and the body of his work and the effect of his life is unprecedented. You can't take anything away from him. That the
Correct.
problem is that he's not a scientist, and he's never been in a lab and done science. And when you haven't done that, you don't have the foundation to make certain types of arguments. And that's why I want to, like, the whole scientific method and things like this. I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Abdul Karim Bangura. Have you heard of him? I've interviewed him on my channel as well. And this brother has 5 PhDs. He's out of Sierra Leone. So in mathematics, linguistics, political science, economics, and did I say computer science already?
No, you didn't say computer science. You
Yeah,
said
and computer
economy.
Yeah,
you said 5 PhD.
Yeah, so 5 PhDs. So in political science, economics, mathematics, computer science, and linguistics. So those are 5 PhDs. He has 3 master's degrees, and so he has written on African science texts. So I'm in Texas right now, so I don't have all my books here. All of my books are still in Philadelphia.
Okay.
So this is the only book that I have. Otherwise, I would pull from the back. And so there's like from Bones to Computers is one of his books. So he's another prolific writer. Like, that's all he does is write. I don't think he has a life. And so, but he talks about a little bit in here. So this is one of his books, Branches of Asanteism, right? And he's analyzing, text from individuals who have been influenced by Asante and Afrocentricity and how they use it in their works and things of that nature. So he, of course, uses the paradigm in regards to the sciences and mathematics. And so he talks about that in there, but then he discusses other, individuals like Amma Mazama and who is this? Mike's.
He's critiquing Asante, you mean, or
yeah, I mean he's of the school of Asante. So this is a very critical work. It's a very important work.
He's using Asante methodologies, you mean, or he's critiquing the framework of Asante?
No, it's not necessarily. There's some level of critique, but it's not like a criticism in a traditional sense of the word.
Yeah.
Of the text. So it's what he's showing here is how Afrocentricity has been used amongst a number of scholars, including his own work, and how it is useful in that. So, for example, I'll just read the back. It's just a brief paragraph. So it's Branches of Asanteism explores the epistemologies and research methodologies that have sprung from Walamu Molefe Kiti Asante's treatise on Afrocentricity. This book identifies and analyzes 13 such epistemologies and methodologies while defining and explicating the various quote-unquote branches of Asante's idea of Afrocentricity. So it's not like it's like a negative criticism or nothing like that. No, it's in support of the work and showing how there are branches to Afrocentricity and how they link to Asante and how Afrocentricity is used in academia. But that's not the point. That's just the name of this book that I'm holding up. So, but
yeah, I'll definitely. Is it available online? You said I can.
yes, you can get it online. I'm pretty sure you can get it off of Amazon as well. So I got it straight from him. So I got an autograph copy, which you can see. I don't know if y'all can see here. So, but
yeah,
but
there is
yeah.
there is, yeah.
But
the commentary on it. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So but you know, if he's just one of many where you can see these works, and I've even dealt with this on how the scientific method is not based on Eurocentricity, and that like the Africans were doing this and they just built upon it. And matter of fact, I cite in my text Aluja Volume 2. I have a chapter on the African origin of the word science. And so after I deal with the etymology of the word science, or what became science in Indo-European languages, I asked the question, well, besides having the word science in African languages, did they approach the study of knowledge in a similar way in which we understand as science today? And of course, I cite the citations, and I even cite modern scientists who were, when they reviewed, for example, ancient Egyptian literature and texts, tell you that the what is the scientific method and things like. I'm even showing the steps of the scientific method. You know, on this page here, which is 218, that these are African concepts. So it's not like we can't, like we have this tendency to want to demonstrate the origins, the African origins of these things, but then abandon them and want to give them to Europeans for political purposes, and not understanding that even in Africa, things evolve. You know, things get more refined. Even when you look at the early hieroglyphs, the hieroglyphs that you see in the New Kingdom is not the rudimentary hieroglyphs that you see in pre-dynastic times. They were refined over time.
Yeah,
And
they, yeah,
that's what happens.
they have evolved. Yeah,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
this notion that, you know, you may not recognize it in its modern form, but this modern form as of 2021, and depending upon which field of study that you're in, is a result of years of trial and error, mistakes being known, and things of this nature. You know, the scientific method is a methodology, it is a way to check and double check and to find errors. The whole purpose of it is to falsify hypotheses. And so even if somebody says something and tries to pass it on as knowledge, the scientific method was part of that process, is that other scientists unrelated to your institution or anything has the ability to replicate your experiments
right.
or situations and either confirm what you argued or disconfirm. And that's the beauty of science, that if I'm talking out of my ass, other folks are going to discover it sooner or later, like what they did with Piltdown Man. I don't know if you're familiar with Piltdown Man.
No,
When
I'm not.
yeah, so scientists tried to they tried to pass off a an ape head skull that had a human jaw, and try to pass it off as this you know, transitional ancestor.
Some
And
sort of hominid. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
you know,
I think I know what you're talking about now. Yeah,
yeah, it's called Piltdown Man. So for a while people were going, but then when other scientists started examining and looking at it, they're like, wait a minute, this is that okey doke. that people trying to pull on. But the scientific method is what allows for you to be able to make that discovery and not simply rely on the eloquence in speech of a particular person, or the prestige or the amount of money that a person has in trying to make an argument. That's the difference between, like, in a traditional priesthood system, where, you know, somebody can say the Orishas told me, God told me this, and you have no way to verify it. You just have to go off of their word. Whereas it's like, nope, everyone's equal. If you have knowledge of the field, you know, prove me wrong. And that's what you invite when you're doing science. So it just really just depends. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to bring in Dr. Duarte in. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can let Dr. Duarte if he wants to interject. You know, I'm happy to like step down. I was just trying to say that, you know, I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of the scientific methodology, and it's falsifiable and it's verifiable. You have to go through, you know, processes and all that. But these things are done by quote unquote by humans.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, when we're talking about humans, you know, these things are, so there is, you know, that there are structures and restrictions that humans apply or choose when they are, when you know, when they are basically sort of, you know, when they are basically utilizing this, you know, this scientific, you know, this scientific methodology. You mentioned the you know, the Orisha, you know, the Orisha or the Shango or Ma'at, you know, these. I mean, I imagine I'm not absolutely expert in our, you know, in our African sort of, you know, like modes of discovery and modes of explanation, but I assume that they did have some sort of methodology, you know, some sort of system, you know. What I'm saying is, you know, it doesn't have to be, but I guess what I'm saying is the scientific methodology that we are relying on, and we are sort of like considering it as some sort of like divine, sort of like indispensable paradigm, is not necessarily, you know, is not necessarily that, you know, it's. Let me give you a concrete example.
Okay.
Hegel in the 18th century, Kant, Voltaire, you know, these Enlightenment philosophers, these German Enlightenment philosophers and French Enlightenment philosophers, you know, they were talking. Hegel was relying on the reports that he was getting from the missionaries, that, you know, talking about the Negro of Africa, you know, how the Negro of Africa doesn't have the capacity to understand, compose, and you know, explain and create music, for example, or create literature, because the African Negro is a natural man. He's not. He's outside the boundaries of history. He's a natural man because, you know, he was relying on, and also, you know, justifying the transatlantic, you know, slavery, justifying the metaphysics of the Enlightenment and the Renaissance, you know, which is based on anti-blackness, right? You know, Voltaire was doing the same thing, and it's kind of like sad because, you know, like these philosophers, even in my country, in Sudan and in Egypt, you know, they are very revered, right? You know, like that, like people don't look at this side, you know, that, you know, the same with Kant. You know, Kant thought that, you know, Negroes, Africans, you know, they are inferior because he had a janitor who was black. You know, I mean, even the word black, you know, Nubians didn't call themselves black. Egyptians didn't call themselves, you know, black. You know, the black thing is an invention, is a metaphysical construct. You know, it it's 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 a category. It's a social structure that's created by, you know, by European science. You know, even anthropology. Even anthropology, if you go back, you know, the how it was formed, in terms of like the comparisons, the eugenics, the comparison between the African jaw and like people who live in Africa, in terms of like and chronology and all that, bro, all that was at some point was science. That was science, corroborated, confirmed by scientific methodology, all that.
But it
So
but it wasn't. That's the problem, and that's what I'm saying here. The whole concept, you really need to read upon physics envy, because again, you can't apply. There's a limit. See, that's a beauty of science. Science recognizes its limits. So, for example, the field equations of Einstein, right, dealing with gravity and space-time and all that. Those field equations work well with large objects, but they collapse. The limit comes when we're dealing with quantum mechanics. That's where the whole, he spent the rest of his entire life trying to find a unified field theory that would be able to incorporate gravity and quantum mechanics. And so when you're dealing with something on that small of a level, what is gravity at this point? Because gravity is the effect of the bending of space-time, in terms of large objects. But on that level, there's gravity essentially doesn't exist. So how do you unify, since all of what is big comes from this area of what is small? But do we recognize that those Einstein field equations will not work in quantum mechanics, and it's accepted? But in the humanities, they couldn't understand this concept at first, and they were trying to use jargon. Like we, even in linguistics, we use jargon like genetic relationship, scientific jargon like genetic relationship.
In linguistics, I heard you saying once that you were explaining the concept of convergent evolution in linguistics.
No, yeah, well, not convergent evolution, convergence in terms of the idea, the language. There's a lot of the words and language that comes from biology that is used metaphorically, but people take it as a reality, as like what you would do in biology. And so, there's this idea of convergence, there's this mixing and borrowing and imitating of language features of communities that are in contact. And so when over a period of time, because they've been borrowing and interacting with each other and marrying each other and having children. So let's say, I'm an African American man who marries a Sudanese woman who speaks, Dinka, Nur, whatever, right? Since she is going to be the primary caregiver of the child when they're first developing. I mean, I'm in the picture, but the child gravitates to mama, and mama may speak to the child in the language in which she grew up speaking. Right. And I'm gonna speak to my child in the language I grew up speaking. We may speak with each other in a language, but we're going to merge these concepts. Our child is going to grow up speaking and understanding both languages and may mix some things. And when you compile that over years, the languages kind of converge on one another to where features that were initially distinct are now, shared amongst different language groups. And this is just a fact of history. So metaphorically, it happens in the same way that you would think about convergence in the biological realm. But the point of what I'm saying here is that in times where there may be a one-to-one correspondence where you can utilize, that type of jargon. In other realms, that's not the case. And what you have is people trying to apply physics concepts and equations in biology to social constructs. Humanities is not physical sciences. It's just like mathematics is not science. Mathematics is logic. You can't put math in a lab. You can't find and create an instrument that will that will detect the speed of the calculations in nature of 235,000 divided by the square root of 55 and see this in nature. These are all logical constructs. So you can't apply the same rules of science to mathematics, for example. And the problem is that we
But the
entered
technological product is the technological product, brother. I mean, if I correct me if I'm wrong, but my impression is the technological product is. I mean, I took as much as physics too. I don't know that, you know, when you study vectors and you study light. I mean, I haven't studied relativity, gravitational relativity, and special relativity yet. But my impression is that like for example, like the medium through which we are talking, laptops, these instruments, these were these were manufactured by the usage of some form of mathematical equations, right? So I mean,
no, mathematical equations describe
they describe,
phenomena
right,
in nature.
right,
So the you have to understand the phenomenon first to be able to give it a label. So like when you talk about E equals MC squared, this is a rest mass equation. So what you're saying is energy, the ability to move or act, is equal to the mass of an object times the speed of
MC
light
squared,
squared, right?
right, right,
Energy and mass they're not physical things, they are measurements. They
right,
are properties of matter. And so when understanding this, you're using equations to describe phenomena. And so it's not that they're necessarily, of course, they because we have to communicate. So we use mathematical equations to more precisely communicate what we observe in nature to some degree, or even into some abstractions when we just get into hard mathematics. But the everything is
physical
built on
phenomena.
an understanding of physical laws and interactions. So the ability of the light to travel and the sound to travel through this computer and this medium and the wires has nothing to do with Eurocentrism or Afrocentrism or anything to that nature. It's based on the laws of nature. And we
No, no,
just all we do is replicate what nature does in a way
I'm not suggesting
that is
that.
useful for
Yeah.
us. And so we utilize a particular type of language to communicate what we observe in nature. And we do that through equations.
I think, excuse me,
Go ahead.
let me put my 2 cents on the discussion
Only
to,
two
put,
cents.
to put some
No, go ahead.
so, some water in the fire, because I first and foremost, thank you for having me, good brother, and
Always. Glad to have
good
you.
night to everybody who's watching. I mean, we having at least 3 issues right here. The first one is common sense in the scientific field, is that the language we have to use, we have to have good care about the terminology we will use to communicate while we want to communicate, because most people have some kind of emotional attachments to certain words. So yeah, so from there we goes to the problem. For example, in one sense, when we hear words like science, money, and things like that, people tend to link the money, the scientific method, meaning the reason, the use of reason, as a private property of some people, not reason as something people have, the human being have, a quality of human beings. We as human beings are rational people, but because of the relationship, the history we have with language and Eurocentric way to communicate that, we tend to believe that reason is a private property. So when we have people trying to go against that kind of movement, they they mix it up the senses and think that go against that movement is abandon reason. So that's one problem. So we see math as a aleatory language is a property of the Western world, science as a property of Western world, and the method, the scientific method, as a choice, a random choice of some kind of people. But we cannot. But it's simple. We cannot have doubt that we are here across the ocean talking to ourselves. That's not a creation of some kind of spooky things. That's real. That's something real, and it's created by science, which is a way that human beings communicate ourselves and research nature and understand the language of nature. Math is just one way to communicate the language to each other. Math deals with relations of the unities, relations of nature itself. Just that, as you said, it describes the nature. It describes what is real. It's not some random creation. It's random in the sense of the symbols itself. Just that, but the relationship between the unities, the relationship between the reality is not a creation. It's there. The airplanes are proof of this. The internet is a proof of this. We cannot argue against this.
Planes fly by magic, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so we still tend to think that the methodology is an intellectual property, and it is not. It's human. But what Asante and Afrocentricity deals with is not with the scientific method itself, but with the symbolic use of it. Just that. So that was my 2 cents. Thank you, good brother.
Indeed, and yes, people can utilize the results of science in a very political way, and I think that what Afrocentricity has brought to light is how people try to use prestige and try to use data, right or wrongly, for very convoluted political agendas, and and you need a methodology to discover those political agendas. And that's what Afrocentricity is. It helps you to
Exactly.
locate the researcher in the results and to see where they're drawing their information from. You know, what is their particular paradigm? Because, you know, how it is being utilized, these are all, you know, culture plays a big role in that.
Yeah.
And so, like, so people just need to step back and understand that, like, look, we have to step outside of ourselves and our own personal opinions to be able to see as objectively as humanly possible what is going on, so that we can utilize that information as best as possible, you know, for the betterment of course, our communities as marginalized communities in this particular type of spaces, but humanity as a whole. And you can't do that based on falsehoods. You have to, because you always have to ask the question this: can a human being be right? And can a
Yeah.
human being be wrong? If the answer is yes to both, the next question logically is, well, how can you tell the difference? How can we tell that a human being is wrong on this thing? And how can we tell that a human being is right? And so that's where the whole epistemologies and methodologies and things come into play, because we're trying to figure out how we can discover and solidify that someone, some group, some entity is correct on a conclusion about reality, and how are they false, and or is the results inconclusive? Like, that's what science wants to achieve. And so, and then science doesn't even claim to know about truths. they say, you know, it's impossible for you to know the truth about something because the in order to know something is true 100% of the time, for all time, you would have to be able to conduct an experiment at every moment of the day from now into infinity, which is virtually an impossibility, and it would be a waste of resources. So what we do in science is we conduct a large number of experiments, and then we analyze it using statistics. And we look at the probability that if we were to do this experiment one more time, that the probability that we would get the exact same results the next time we do it is this percentage. So scientists deal with probabilities and percentages. Only religious folks really want to argue that they got truth. My God has the truth. And this is what he said about reality. He said, let there be light, and there was light. But I'm going to create the sun on the 6th day or the 5th day, whatever day it was that he created it. And so we just got to be aware of these things. But I know you entered on the latter part of the conversation, Dr. Odara, but regarding the initial, I don't know how much of the main part of the show you were able to catch, because that was really the first hour and 30 minutes of the show. And then after that, it was just the extended and expanded conversation. But if you were able to catch the presentation, what was your thoughts on my argument and presentation, agreements, disagreements?
Yeah, I heard from the moment you were talking about the relationship between the bow and the alpha and things like that. So I heard from there. I think you are sound. You're sound in saying that. I don't have a disagreement on that. I agree with you.
All righty. Well, I knew I said I'm going to go for another 30 minutes, and that turned into an extra 2 hours and something.
I want to, excuse me, let me add something. When you say the thing about the alpha and things like that, one thing we have to deal with is, because I don't know around there in the United States, but here in Brazil, for example, we tend to go to one side only, to praise the alphas and diminish the other type of guy, the lambdas, the beta males and things like that. I think when we see the text, the African text, for example, the Yoruba text, when we go to the text of Ifa, we see accounts, for example, of Obaluae. I don't know if you're familiar with that. There's a account when Shango gather a number of orishas to go against Nana because of her power to deal directly to the ancestors. And when they opened the door, forced the door to open, they saw Obaloae sit in the chair only with his arm crossed and looking to a book, looking down. Sorry, and just to see Obaluae and have notion of his powers, everybody got out. So we see a figure like Shango with Eshu, with Ogun, which are three of the most powerful Orisha. See another Orisha, which is Obaluae, which is Orisha of the disease. And seeing the god of disease, they got out immediately. I mean, that's a account of power. And not just the power of one side, of one kind of power. Power came in in various forms, in various ways, and we have to praise all this kind of power in all these grades of power, not just the alpha, but as some brother said, at one side it's impossible to have only alphas in the world. We need the beta, we need the other guys, but not just that, we need to praise these guys too in their places, about the necessity of their places, the necessity of their roles, because we live in a community, so we have to deal with those guys too. We have to deal with those people too. I think there's a healthy way to talk about these things. We see it in another culture. For example, when we go to anime, I'm a fan of anime and things like that. We see a lot of movies and talking about people who are just shoemakers or things like that. I don't know if you're familiar with problems like that. The culture not just praise the warriors, not just praise the leaders. They praise the guys who are in the field, the guys who are making shoes and things like that. All of them are important and have the degree of importance in the society.
Indeed, and I think like even in the United States, people have recognized that, and I don't know if you missed this part early in the conversation. I noted that, because like one of the previous guests on the show, kept emphasizing, the emphasis on money, and it's not an emphasis on money, but money is a part of the construct in which we live, and so you're allowed to do more because if you need things done, you got to pay people, and so you have to have the money to pay the people in order to get the society done. But of course, there's certain people who just have profit motivations, and what they'll try to do is not empower the people by paying them what they're worth, or and putting them into dangerous environments where they can lose their life, like in the terms of like early mining, for example. And so when the people got together and started organizing and creating unions and doing walkouts and all that, they showed that the collective people have power as well, and that you have to respect the others, not just those who are in leadership positions. But that's just the thing. When we're talking about alphas, there has to be a parallel conversation in regards to systems and institutions and the hierarchies in the systems. And it's a position. So for example, if you were in the military, and anybody who's been in the military knows this, that there's the ranking system already exists. You just find the people who have the qualities to operate in this space under this title, under this hierarchy. The system is really what's most important, because when, like, if you're out in the field and you're at war and one of your lieutenants gets killed, somebody who was before at a lower rank now rises to that rank. And so what you always see in the military is that they're constantly preparing those at the bottom to take the position at the top. Because if you are in a war and your leadership gets killed, say you have a team lead or whatnot, they get killed, there's a hierarchy. So the next person in line automatically gets to that position, and now they have to be able to roll. They have the authority to give the commands of someone in that position. And this is something that we have to keep in mind. And so with the presidents get shot, Kennedy gets shot and killed in the 60s or whatnot, then the vice president steps in. So right now, President Biden of the United States is going through some kind of health issues. Kamala, while he's getting surgery or whatnot, pops in and operates in his space. It's a position in terms of the leadership, which can be placed. So even when you think about the king in traditional societies, the king is just a representative of the ancestors. They are the living ancestors on the ground. And so if he dies, somebody else comes and fills the position because it's interchangeable. And so this is one of the things that we got to understand outside of just the personality of the individual, that it is also incumbent on positions in society. And so, you know, anybody who owns a business, and if they're male, would be an alpha male because of the position that they're in. If you are a president, if you are a governor, if you are in the control and you have a number of people's lives at stake and you control resources, you are an alpha by definition.
Yep.
But you have to have a certain level, you have to have a certain type of personality and characteristics to be able to do the job in the first place, which means you have to have the ability to communicate with folks. You have to be persuasive to get people and motivate them to move and to be the best versions of themselves so that they can fulfill their purpose for the larger goals of the organization, the family, or the society as a whole. There has to come in. So there's a certain level of confidence that you have to have in your abilities and in yourself that you just have to have. There's just a certain level of bravado, of introspection and things that you just have to have in knowing yourself, and that you can project that and inspire that on others. And it is what it is. And so, you know, people are just triggered by certain terms, not understanding what the terms mean, because they become loaded over time. You know,
Definitely.
but I don't want to drag this on too long. So we're going on 4 hours now. But any of y'all have social media that you want to shout out? Like if you have a website, social media that y'all want to shout out and people want to join and keep the conversation going with you, how can they reach out to you? I'll start with Muhammad and then Dr. Odara.
Okay. I really grateful to you again. I'm really thankful. I continue to learn. I continue to learn so much, from you, from your discourse, your presentations, and all the great people that you host. I don't really have any sort of like extensive resources, but one thing I really wanted to, one endeavor or one enterprise that I really wanted to, that I can sort of like contribute to, and for that purpose I want to provide you my email because of my background, because I'm Sudanese. I was born in Khartoum, and actually my family straddles all the way from the south of Sudan until Cairo. So I have family all over the place, and my grandmother, she's still alive, and she's the only one. She's the only one in my sort of like my kind of like my proximate circle who still speaks Nubian fluent and fluently. Yeah. So my mom understands a lot, but she cannot vocalize. She can talk, but not fluently. So for that purpose, I always had this kind of like fantasy in my mind. I mean, not a fantasy, but I had a dream in my mind that I want to, because my grandma is so old right now, but she's still sharp, and she's healthy. She got
Is
hit
she
with car.
in the United States or is she still in Sudan?
She visits every now and then, but
Okay.
she's in Sudan.
Okay.
She got hit with COVID last year, but she survived that, and she's in good health right now, and she's all right. So to get to the heart of the matter, I really, when I go to that, I really wanted to combine a sort of like a rough document, a rough dictionary. I want to ask my grandma, like because like I'm really worried that she might make transition at any point in time. Now she's old. So I really want to combine as much as I can. I really want to compile and and just pile up as much as I can, because I consider this as a treasure. in terms of just rough words, and you can do the other work. I just
Yeah.
want to combine because my mother language is Arabic. I'm an Arabic speaker, but of course, like that's I mean Arabic is from the Middle East. I mean, of course, without going into the history, but we in Sudan we speak Arabic. In Sudan, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, like we speak Arabic. In some parts of Ethiopia as well. But of course, my ancestral language is Nubian, or I'm not even sure if they actually called it because Nubian itself is a Greek
Yeah.
is a Greek vocabulary, but so that thing that we call Nubian. So so I wanna combine as much as I can in terms of like just a word in Nubian and its meaning. I'm gonna do its meaning in Arabic and in English because
I see.
right now I'm fluent in English as well. So I want
Mhm.
to do that, and I want to provide you with this raw material, so we speak. If we can do that, and I watched a video or two of one or two videos that talk about ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia, the connection between them, and I was kind of a little bit triggered by your discussions on morphologies and all that stuff in terms of like across the African medium, and some Nubians they are black but they look kind of like Indians. I mean I don't really think that's correct. Because and I can provide you with the pictures of my entire family and my brother. Even my siblings from like
Yeah.
we have diversities, and and I think the fact that in America or in the West, people are describing particular Africans who are Nubian, who are coming from Nubian descent or Ethiopian descent, as some form of not truly Africans, whatever that mean. This is itself is a product of European anti-blackness, and it's not. It's very complicated issue though, because like I live in a world. I have a privilege of straddling both worlds that actually conquered us and degraded us. With on one hand, you have the Arabic Islamic discourse empire, and on the other hand, of course, you have the European uh, transatlantic slave trade that is started by the Spanish and Portuguese. So I had a lot to say about this. This particular, like in terms of like the morphology and in terms of ancient Egyptians. Their look, their physiognomy, things like that. So, but I leave that for other time. But yeah, but the main thing that I want to focus on is like if I can provide you my email, so at least I have some sort of connection, some sort of channel that connect both of us, so I can provide you with this material when I get my hand on. Like I wanna get all the. I still ask my mom some of the like the words. I mean, for example, I would say miskagro. So miskagro, that means have a blessed day, or how is your spirit doing? I mean, if you want to be like but so I know some words, but I want to compile this, and I know that you have a special interest in languages and stuff like that. So if I can provide you with
Indeed.
my email, yeah, and so my email is mido underscore kush at hotmail.com. So again, Mido, that's my nickname when I was a
Mhm.
youngster. Mido underscore Kush at hotmail.com. MIDO underscore Kush, KUSH at hotmail.com.
Indeed. And don't forget to put it in the back chat as well. And yeah, because I would really love to. Oh, that's for Dr. Adara, I'm sorry. And yeah, so I don't know if you've ever heard me say that Sudanese are not African people. Uh,
Oh,
and
no, I didn't. I didn't hear you say that. But I
oh,
heard you
okay.
say, like one of the people that you hosted. one of the people who work in ancient Egypt, they were saying that, for example, like an example, an analogy that actually that I have questioned, I paused when I listened to this analogy that she was talking about, like, if Africans in Africa, we have this, this debate of, I mean, I don't even know why that is, happening right now, but it's, of course, it's a product. It's important because of how the world is so anti-black, and
Yeah.
the fact that, like ancient Egyptians are, they have these kind of phenotypes, so sometimes, like they don't look Africans, because even though you can find these phenotypes in Congo and you can find them in Nigeria, and but like they have like, because the when they're talking about the trifecta and the hair and the nose and the skin color, so all these categories, to me, they are questionable. I question these categories, because I mean, even the so proverbial Ethiopian nose or Nubian nose, like that, it's not like a European nose. Even when it's thin, it's a different type of thinness. If we really want to be super microscopic in terms of analyzing uh, physiognomy or analyzing phenotype. So I just want to, but she said that something along the lines of like, even though she was reluctant, I can't remember the scholar name, but she was reluctant. She said that, yeah, if ancient Africans, if they came to Texas or they came to
Oh, you must be talking about. I think was it Dr. Rebecca? It is either
no,
Dr.
not
Rebecca
Rebecca,
Kennedy
the
or
lady
Dr.
from Lebanon,
Ashton.
the lady who's Lebanese and English at the same time.
Lebanese.
Yeah, she said, she told you that she has ancestry from Lebanon. She and her father is
Yeah,
English.
I think that's Dr. Rebecca Kennedy. And her expertise is mainly Greece. And I think we were talking about the Black Athena and stuff. And so I don't necessarily consider her, in that space that she can speak. That's why I have people like Dr. Shamaka Keita, on, who's a biological anthropologist who can
and also and
answer
also
those
Dr.
questions.
and also Dr. Keita, because I saw a video for him that is being sponsored by some Egyptian guy called Sha'rawi, who's extremely anti-black, extremely racist, extremely bigot, extremely vengeful towards African agency, and he was using his video, he was using his information to basically buttress and to strengthen his argument that in ancient times, ancient Egyptian people who are in Egypt right now always existed, even in ancient times, and we as
Yeah.
people who are advocating for our African presence and Cushitic presence in Egypt, we are simply some sort of mad Negro-centric people. So
Yeah.
and he was using the knowledge and the methodologies of Keita, of Shamarka
But
Keita.
see,
So I
but
don't
this
really.
is an example of what I mean by how people can use data and make any kind of argument that even the author themselves may not have made. Because of course we know Dr. Keita does not make those types of arguments.
But
The
brother, like he makes some similar arguments. He's talking about, from what I got from him, he's talking about, there is always a sort of like, fluidity. I understand that, but he's saying that, like white people who consider themselves white, or he invented the term white, they always existed in Sudan and they existed in Egypt. And
I don't think he makes
Berber.
that argument. I know for a fact because I speak with him almost weekly. And of course I have all his scientific papers, and what the evidence shows is that regardless, Semites and Indo-European people have been coming into what is called the Delta since the 4th millennium
Right.
BCE into Egypt. and you would have to concede the fact that, you know, there was some kind of exchange in terms of, you know, using a biological sense, some genetic exchange between people who had moved there and married amongst one another.
Right.
That's just a fact of history. And so this idea that, you know, in the 4th millennium BCE there was no Semites or European people in Northeast Africa, especially in Egypt, is just erroneous, and the data does not support that. Even in the Narmer Palette, you know, they're fighting against folks that was in the Delta region before they united it. These particular Semites that you see on the palette, they've been there. There's always been, you know, people think that human history is short. Human history is millions of years old, and there's always been an influx of going in and out of what we call Asia and Africa for 30,000, 17,000, you know, years or more. You know, even the Fulani, the ancestors of the Fulani were going in and out of the Middle East and North Africa for millennia. That's how we get certain cattle that was brought into Africa. You know, so I mean, but that's another discussion, and I would have to see the exact arguments that were being made on the program so that we don't misconstrue. Just trying to go off of memory, we can go off of exactly what they said and the evidence for or against what they were saying. But I want to.
Brother, he was saying that because, you know, he was saying that Dr. Shamarka Keita, he was saying that, so, you know, so why Afrocentric people don't consider the people in Berber or Amazigh people in Morocco and in Mauritania and Algeria, why they don't consider themselves, you know, African.
We do consider them Africans. We just see the Europeans are the people who came up with this notion of sub-Saharan Africa versus non-sub-Saharan Africa. So by definition, Berbers are not sub-Saharan Africa. So you're not going to equate them as with the Yoruba, and that's something that Dr. Shamarka Keita always speaks against as well. Is that when they want to say what is Africa, they always want to go to the Yoruba people as if the Yoruba people are the true representations of Africans on the continent, and then everybody else is not, you know, outside of that. And so, you know, that's what I'm saying.
Even the Yoruba, bro, even the Yoruba, there is variations even in Yoruba. So there are Yoruba people who look like Nubians, and there are Nubian people. And
but that's because some of the Yoruba people are Nubians who travel. But that's what I mean by we have to always look at things objectively in terms of the evidence of history and not try to cloud the conversation with politics. Because when you do, you miss these particular nuances, which can tell you a more accurate aspect of history, to where, you know, like people forget that, you know, Africans traveled. And so you can have a group of Nubian people, so-called Nubians, who have traveled, and some ended up in the kingdom of Oyo and blended in and became part of the Yoruba culture and language.
Absolutely.
But Yoruba language and culture, like, that's the result of a kingdom expansion. And they absorbed a number of smaller groups, just like Zulu. The Zulu were a small semi-pastoralist people, but as a result of the conquest of Tashaka, absorbed a number of other related groups. But there's millions of Zulu, but technically, ancestrally speaking, they're not Zulu. And so you have to know history and to be able to make these types of argumentations. And so it just depends on the nature of what the arguments are. Again, I don't like to discuss what someone said without reviewing live what they actually said in terms of, and to see how somebody misinterpreted what someone actually said and the fuller context in which they said it. So that would have to be another show at another time. So, but I want to move on to.
I'm just gonna say one last thing in terms of Shamarka Keita. He relies so much on the genetic argument, the genotype, in terms of in terms of defining Africans, in terms of the genes.
No, he trust me, as a person who speaks with him on the regular. Matter of fact, I'm building some websites for him now. We're going to be publishing a book in the near future on this question, on the identity. And so he deals with genetics, he deals with paleoanthropology, he deals with a whole slew of things, even linguistics to an extent. He's co-published with Christopher Aaron and all this. In matter of fact, even if you listen to one of his videos where he's speaking in London, and he keeps reemphasizing, like there was an African brother who just couldn't get in his head that there's more than one way to be African. And Sharmaka Kita had to tell him that there's no singular phenotype. There's no particular one way to be African. Berbers are just as African as the Zulu, and yada 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 yada. And he goes into these constructs in terms of what unites, for example, the P2 gene and things of this nature, which unites Africans on that genetic level, and other things. But this concept of what is African and who is African, the African is a social construct. The Africans may not have included or simply stop the border at the Sinai. They may include, like Sheikh Anta Diop includes the Middle East and Arabia into what is considered Africa. But by modern borders, you wouldn't consider them Africans, but they speak languages that originate relatively recently in Africa.
When we're speaking about African, bro, we are talking about the phenotype, which is associated
There's
with
no such thing as an African phenotype. That's what I'm saying. This is a whole different conversation. And this is, I'm telling you, as a person who knows Dr. Kita personally and who has read all of his work, he never argues that there's a so-called African phenotype. He always argues against that. And so anybody trying to interpret and take his work and try to make that argument have not read his work, have not listened to any of his lectures at all. He fights against this all the time. And so that's why I'm saying I don't like to make and have discussions about things unless I have the citations in hand and or the video where we can actually review what they said. I don't like hearsay. As a scientist, I abhor hearsay. Okay. We deal with facts only. When I make my arguments, I got citations. You want to argue with me, you argue against the citations and things, and we can go from there. But that's just how we operate. And so you just got to keep that in mind.
No, that's beautiful, bro.
Dr. Odara.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Just getting back to the alpha male thing and the models of manhood. I think you're doing a great job. We need to have the discussion. We need to talk about a model of manhood. We need to talk about the unity of society, the unity aspect of family, which is the role models. So it's really important. Unfortunately, I wasn't capable to see the presentation. I'll go back to later to watch it and give you a brief. Thank you, brother, and good night, everybody who's watching on the panel. The good brother on the panel. Thank you for being here, and everybody who's watching. Like the video, share it, and talk about it with your friends. Shout out.
Indeed. And he has given us his Instagram handler, so you can reach him at the address that you see on the screen.
Yeah. I'll talk about philosophy. So I'm interested in dealing with the African way of thinking and talk about the world and the culture in general. So that's what my fields. If anybody wanna know about anything about philosophy and argue about it, just reach me and I'll be happy to talk with you.
Indeed. And don't forget that we have an interview with him on the channel. And so you can catch our interview with Dr. Odara. It is in both Portuguese and English. And so it's a very powerful show. And he's no stranger to the channel. So we very much appreciate your presence here, and same to you, Brother Muhammad. And definitely we'll get up with you, and we'll just have you as one of our guests, and we can tackle some of these issues with a dedicated show. And
I love it.
And so that's what we do. And as always, I do appreciate each and every one of you for listening. And so make sure that you like and share the video, and leave a comment. And some big things are going on. I'll be doing some serious fundraising as I prepare to go to Egypt, and for the Aket tour, the Returning to the Source conference. So we'll be hitting an array of subject matter, and going all the way into deep into Aswan and Nubian territory. And it's going to be a very enjoyable trip. So make sure y'all go to akettours.com so that you can get more information. And if you have the means to go, make it happen. I'll see y'all, on the tour. And with that said, I do appreciate y'all time. And until next time, y'all be safe, continue in your studies, and I will see you in the near future. Peace.